Test, 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 test. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Did I actually manage to fix it? Test, 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 test. Testing, testing, testing. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon.
ちらは
Hmm.
核攻撃にも耐えるそうですな。
That's
人
fine.
間のやっていいことの話を超えてる。あんた、やめて何してるか分かってんのかよ。
Jordan, as far as the audience is concerned, you just picked up Japanese.
Huh?
It can't hear any of the music from the trailer I just sent you. You can only hear the dialogue. So just randomly, you start speaking Japanese.
No, I don't want to watch that. Stop playing that.
It's very funny. Hold on.
Sorry, it just immediately jumped into all the cutscenes and stuff from the new Dragon Ball Z, that whole Xenoverse, to download the DLC that I just paid a bunch of money for.
Yeah.
It just jumped automatically into playing all of those.
Oh.
And I'm like, no, I just spent a lot of money on this. I don't want it spoiled. Live chat.
So it would seem that I think I fixed it. I think I did. Test, 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 test. It's not, doesn't seem to be doing it. So whatever settings I fiddled with in between shows seems to have worked.
No, I just spent a lot of money on this. I don't
Hold
want
on.
it spoiled. Live chat.
So it would seem that I think I fixed it.
Are we live?
Yeah, we are. Test, 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 test. I'm testing the audio settings because all of our videos last week. Oh, there it is. See, now it's having that weird. So hold on. All of our videos last week had that weird echo effect. See, now it's gone. And I'm tired of not knowing why it's doing that. And so I went into our settings and fiddled with our settings. Hello. That's what happened.
Why are you being like this? There it goes.
Audio settings. In all of our videos last week. Oh, there it is. Whatever. See, now it's having that weird. So hold on. All of our videos last week had that weird echo effect. See, now it's gone. I'm tired of not knowing why it's doing that. And so
Well, I hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me. No, I meant on the stream.
It's weird. It shows on the audio levels that it's picking up whenever I talk, and I cannot figure out why. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems to.
I don't know,
randomly-
but we all know what we know, you know?
I do know. Hey, I wonder, can I turn you down so you're not quite as, like, ear-splittingly loud?
Well, I'm not ear-splittingly loud. You're ear-splittingly loud.
There we go, that's better. That's much better. See, now we're not peaking our audio. Can you talk again for me, Jordan?
I can talk again for you, Jordan.
That's better. See, that's much better.
Better.
Hmm.
Better.
I don't know. I can't figure out what's causing it. It's very strange. Because it keeps showing audio levels from the desktop audio. I don't know what's causing it. I don't know what's picking it, causing it to pick up. I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to stop it. But I did my looking through it at the start of the show. Let's just triple check, make sure all the audio is working though. The desktop audio?
I don't know. I don't know what's causing it. I don't know what's picking it, making it, causing it to pick up. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to stop it. But
Okay. Well.
Test.
Okay, shh. Stop making noise. Ta. Welcome to. See, I don't know. Certain words that makes it do it, and I can't figure out what's fucking causing it. Like you've heard it, right? You've heard it, right?
Test.
You've heard it in our videos. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't figure out what's causing it or how to make it stop, and I've looked into my settings, and I turned on a bunch of different settings.
The only thing that I can maybe guess is, and I don't, but I don't know why this would be the case, but maybe one of our mics is picking up the other.
I maybe, but yours is too far away for that to happen.
You would think both of ours is, but I'm just maybe.
Yeah, Jake said that maybe the OBS was picking up the microphone from itself, but I turned off all the settings, and it does. It's I turned on a separate setting so it would read differently, and it seems to be working because it's not happening as frequently as it was last week. So hopefully I figured it out. I don't fucking know. Anyway, let's jump into this. We're already late enough as it is.
Yeah, well, whose fault is that?
Jake's, and mine, but Jake's. But it's okay because he had exciting potential,
good intention,
good news. So, okay, and let's get this bad boy on the road in 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show, Jordan? Yes. Welcome, everybody, to Jurassic Park. That's what Jordan's supposed to say. This isn't Jurassic Park.
This is, in fact, Jurassic Park. The dinosaurs are right over there. There's the velociraptors are that way. You got the stegosauruses, which are in that direction.
And they're all listening to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I'm your host. I'm Justin Spurr. As always, I'm joined by one who cannot be compared and will not be compared and cannot be compared to other people. That's why we call him incomparable.
I'm the non-entity known as the incomparable Jordan.
He is the non-corporeal being known as the incomparable Jordan. You guys don't know that he's real. You don't know that he's not AI, and I haven't programmed it to say exactly what I want him to say. They know. They watch the show. They know. On today's show, we're going to be talking about that Avatar trailer and how it's a travesty that it's not going to theaters. We're going to be talking about
the trailer's good, though.
Jason David Frank's last final movie, Godzilla. Kathy Griffin is going to get a big old roasting. The Batman villains, Star Trek 60th anniversary gift. There's a Transformers and Scooby-Doo crossover. What? All that and more coming up in the news. And then after that, we've gone back to high school. We're going to talk about some stuff starring people who are and will be and currently are going into high school. That's coming later. But first, Jordan, it's time to say our big congratulations to us, the Spur of the Moment podcast, because we hit 500 subscribers. Everyone applaud for us in your rooms.
You can't hear my gentle clapping, but I'm gently clapping.
Oh, we can actually hear it. We can hear the gentle clapping. Temporarily, and before Zoom cut it out. As always, with every 100th milestone comes a reward for you guys, the audience.
And torturing for us.
And the reward this time is we have purchased what appears to be exceptionally disgusting ginger shots that will be gross, that I have yet to decide whether or not we're...
Health products.
Health products. But it looks disgusting, and I have yet to decide whether or not we're going to put an additional zap, zip into it. I'm leaning against it because I took a taste of it earlier and it was unpleasant. So I just don't know that I want to do that. I don't have.
That's the point. That's what makes it a reward.
Yeah, but I don't have milk and I don't have ice cream, neither do you, to deal with the absolute rapturous devastation it will hail on my stomach.
My currently lightly filled stomach.
Exactly. So, I think the disgusting ginger shot will be enough, but you all will be seeing that now, and then we're gonna cut to later in the show, in the video that they're gonna watch when this goes on the channel later. Yeah, but what we need from you folks, now that we've hit our 500 milestone, we need you all to casually put our videos on in the background. We don't need you to watch it. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to watch it. It's fine. But just put it on.
Mean, you could
watch it, but we don't need you to watch it. But you could watch it. In fact, we encourage it. We encourage you to watch it. But just put it on in the background and let that sweet, sweet watch time aggregate for us. That's all we need. That's what we need from you, the audience currently. We
our
are
loyal fans with a question mark.
We are 1,000 away. We are really close to being able to join the partnership program, and it would be really sick if we could do that. So if you all could just take some time on your way to work, turn on your television, put on the Spur of the Moment podcast, put the 7-hour one on, and just let it play all day while you're at work. That will aggregate us the necessary watch time to get us into the partnership program. Or YouTube can be cool and release my 3,000 hours of watch time. That would be great too. I'll take either, really. Either would be great. But that's later. Don't you worry about that. But I thought I'd start out today just real quick. We haven't done a comment response time in a while, George, so I just felt like this is the time to do it. I'd like to shout out in particular. I like to shout out on TikTok. We have a consistent liker of our videos, Jack Driscolli. Cool. He likes all our videos. It's pretty chill.
Hey, buddy.
Jack, that's Jack Driscolli on TikTok. Thanks for all your support. That's really cool of you. I'm stalling while I pull up the comments because this was a last-minute decision, Jordan, and I did not come into this prepared.
Ugh.
So I'm just kind of
unprepared.
There we go, Jordan. On our video about bringing back Gene Wilder using AI in that trailer. For that fucking shitty looking game show, which I actually watched the trailer for, and yeah, it's a reality competition show. They really didn't need AI Gene Wilder. Anyway, this person says, Jordan, that bro on bottom is spitting facts.
Damn right. I'm assuming which one of us was on the bottom for that one?
You were.
I was. Damn right I was. Yeah. My game feels like it might be wrong here. Oop, that's not what I want. Let's put it down there and try. No, that still sounds weird. Down lower. Is that better?
Is it too loud for you? Are you too loud for yourself?
Yeah, it sounds weird for me.
Weird.
There, I think that's better.
Sounds all right to me. We should probably check the actual stream though, just to make sure.
It was sounding really loud in my own ears. That like echoey kind of loud.
Is it too loud for you? Are you too loud for yourself?
Yeah, it sounds weird for me.
Okay, you're all good on the stream. That's what matters. During second comment.
It was distracting me when I was talking, and it was like I can hear myself, and if I can hear myself, it's too loud.
Yeah, no, now you get my issue. It's really distracting. It's like that fucking what's it called? The one, it's the trend that went around for a while where like you wear the earphones and it's like slightly off. That's what it's like. It's like, I can't talk when I can hear myself repeat what I'm saying a fraction of a second off.
Yeah, it's this weird. It's this. Yeah, no. So it's like
the audience doesn't hear it though, so you end up looking like a complete lunatic,
insane person.
On our video about season 4 of Vox Machina, asking, is this the worst season? Comment was, is this rage bait? Season 4 was the best season. And no, it wasn't. But more importantly,
I mean, it depends on what you're looking for.
I was going to say the same thing. It depends on your metric. If you're looking for something that's really accurate to the campaign, no, it's not. But if you're looking for a generally all right show, yeah, it's still a good show.
A self-contained show. Yeah, it's a fine self-contained show. It's just when it began, it's a tangent. When it began as it was like, oh, this is the campaign on screen. Now, when it's not, and it's literally got entirely made up scenes that never happened, yeah, it's noticeable.
Right.
It just is. And for me, my metric of wanting it to be like the campaign on screen, it lowers it. So subjectively, I guess I should say, for me, it is the worst one. Never touch your eyes, Justin. Did you wash your hands?
No. No.
Oh, Justin. Rule number one on Hot Ones: never touch your eyes.
I know. I touched my eyes, and my eyes are burning.
Yeah, because they had the hot sauce on them.
Yeah. No, it did. They had the hot sauce on it. That was a mistake. I didn't think about it.
If it gets worse, you should try and go and rinse your eyes out.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's gotta.
And stop touching them.
No. I will do whatever I want. It's itchy. Is there any other comments that are worth
Vox
reading?
Machina. Get us back on track here. Going off the rails, Justin. This is a crazy train.
This is going off the rails on a crazy train. Yeah, that's it. That's the only. I just look at the comments. I'm like, is there anything else we're talking about? No, there isn't. I think we were talking. Yeah, okay, good. Moving on. News. Let's do the news, Jordan. Y'all are gonna have to put off with the fan. It's just one of those weeks. Starting off with Jordan. Let's start off this talking about what is the absolute one of the greatest travesties and tragedies in, I would say, modern filmmaking history, Jordan. I would say I cannot think of a greater travesty than Avatar: Aang, The Last Airbender going to Paramount Plus. Just
bypassing theaters, the work of art that should have been in theaters. That's what it was. That trailer is beautiful.
The trailer is beautiful. It is
and
gorgeous.
It has been done a disservice.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that I'm going to be watching this on streaming is tragic. Absolutely tragic.
I mean, I think there's a time and a place for streaming, and that's after it's had time to be in theaters.
Right.
Like I would love to watch this at home on my screen after I have spent a time in theaters watching it on the big screen.
Appreciating its beautiful and gorgeous animation on the big screen.
Oh man, and the fact that it got leaked too.
Right.
So
Paramount Plus definitely did the right thing by putting it out early. Like that was clearly that was the correct decision. Like.
I mean, they did the right thing after doing a series of wrong things.
Very wrong things.
Can we really praise them for now?
No, it's not praise. It's saying it's the least they could have done, and they did the correct. Yeah. It's not praise. It's saying they did the objectively and only correct.
They did the bare minimum.
Yeah, exactly. Only correct thing that they could do, which was put this out early. But don't be surprised. Don't be surprised in a like every instance of this trailer on the internet has 1,000 comments being like, "Why isn't this in theaters?" It's all comments, and I saw it was so far that I saw one person say, "Do you think they're reading the comments?" Like, there's no way they're not reading the comments. All the comments being like, "It should have been in theaters. It should have been in theaters. It should have been." Oh, I wish I would have. It's either it should have been in theaters, or it's people being like, "Oh, this is totally the first time I've watched this."
So here's my crazy, no evidence, but I'm gonna say it with extreme confidence anyway. Crazy theory.
Yeah, it's the internet. That's what it's for.
Is so once it got leaked, I think it was intentionally leaked by them so that they could then go on this campaign of, oh, we're just gonna it's gonna get released on streaming and then they could work the crowds up so that they can then do the epic comeback of, oh, we're going to actually re-release it, but now in theaters.
Definitely.
And it generates more attention than it ever would have gotten in the first place, so more people go out to support it, so they ultimately end up making more money releasing it in this fashion, and it was always the plan right from the beginning, even the leak.
No.
That's my crazy conspiracy theory.
I elements of what you've said is true. Like that, not conspiracy theory, but like true, like legit true. Like the allegedly, okay, allegedly, but allegedly, the person who leaked it in response to them refusing to put it in theaters. It was a direct response to that, because it was allegedly a person who worked there who leaked it. So what I've heard is, yes, their justification was that, it was because it wasn't going to theaters, that it was them punishing Paramount for that.
Because it was after it was already finished.
Yes.
So all the creative people would have already been paid.
Precisely. And I do think that I think that they always intended to release it to theaters, and I think that saying they were going to put it on streaming, that's why it was done Why was it done so far in advance when it was waiting so long to go into theaters? I think you're right. I think the threatening to put it onto streaming was part of the marketing.
Campaign.
Yeah, and I think that they were going to eventually be like, no, we are actually going to put it in theaters, and they were trying to astroturf excitement for this movie that already had excitement. Like, that's the thing that's bizarre about this.
AstroTurf.
You create fake, it's like fake. You know what a grassroots.
Working them up into a frenzy.
Yeah, you know what a grassroots campaign is, right?
No.
Grassroots campaigns where it starts from the bottom and you get everyone all excited about it. AstroTurfing is essentially a fake version where it's you pay actors, you pay people. So like, I'm not saying this is AstroTurfing, but I'm saying it has the hallmark, the earmarks of, yeah, somebody being like, oh, we can generate buzz for this in an inefficient manner, which was unnecessary. This would have made huge money. Like, I saw someone say that Paramount is fucking this franchise, and like,
yeah, they are. Absolutely, they are.
But why? It's an incredibly successful franchise.
Have you seen trailers from the most recent season of their live action one, which looks terrible, which I constantly keep seeing comments saying how it looks amazing, and I'm like, if you say that, then you clearly haven't watched the original.
Really?
No, it doesn't.
That shows the distinct difference between yours and my For You, because my For You page is all fucking hate. Every third video is a...
I keep seeing ones where like it's very obviously paid for people who are being like, yeah, this looks amazing, it looks so accurate to them. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Shut up.
I've seen the complete opposite. I've seen a bunch of videos of people doing these weird, like Gen Z TikTok takedown videos where like, oh my god, there are things wrong with this, but this isn't it. You need to stop harping on this kind of like weird, like, yeah, obviously they weren't going to do this exact thing because one is a cartoon and one is live action, kind of annoying complaints. Like,
yeah, but there's also legitimate complaints that I think are very reasonable.
No, I know.
They carry over from what I said for season one, which
for sure.
is that this feels like a person who's trying to recreate the show by removing any of the life and humor that existed in it.
Well,
and
for me, it's stuff like when they complain about the fact that Aang is older, and it's like, well, okay, yeah, but that's a logistical thing that was always going to happen.
Yeah,
you're making a live action show. You didn't have a choice.
But like having like a lead who looks nothing like the character is not.
Well, I don't mind like changing characters or changing how they look, but like, yeah, your story beats should always. I've seen a lot of the complaints involving characterizations where it's like, yeah. No, like making not in this show, but I think this show he is a little bit making Sokka like self-serious, for example. It's like that.
He's too serious.
Violates the spirit of that character.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got wildly away from this trailer for this movie.
There's a lot of things that make that show bad, but anyways, that's not the point.
Yeah. We got off on a tangent. Complaining about another thing. This looks great. I will say so.
What were we talking about again?
Avatar Aang trailer. This looks great.
This looks great.
It's astonishing. This would have made so much fucking like this.
I wish I could have paid to watch it.
The only thing about it that's off-putting for me, but even then, like, you can story. I get why people don't like it, but like it is borrowing a lot from Korra in terms of its animation and its art style. It's borrowing a lot from Korra.
I mean, yeah, but
I think Korra looks good.
Korra is supposed to be a continuation.
I know.
So, like,
Korra
yeah,
to me, any issues I have with Korra
are
all story based, but I think it looks great.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's things with the Korra universe that I but like, canonically they exist in the same world, so it borrowing the style.
I am a little off put by the voices. I'm surprised you didn't hate the voices. That surprised me. Wait, is it just because it's so pretty looking? It's easy to ignore.
Yeah, well, there's that, and they're older.
Yeah, I guess that I did have that thought too.
So, like, for me, it's like, yeah, I'm not looking for him to sound like he's.
Well, most of them are older, like Aang or Sokka.
Aang is supposed to be like 20-something now.
So
like he's not gonna have the same. He's not gonna have the same voice that he did when he was 12.
I'll give you that. Aang, it doesn't bother me. It bothers me only because you could have brought in the original voice actor. His voice is dropped now, and you could be like, he's adult Aang. For me, it's Sokka, it's Katara, and it's
I'd have to go and watch it again.
And it's what's his face?
I wasn't really. I mean, it's definitely not Dante Bosco. That I can say. But like, yeah, I don't know.
It's not enough to make to pull my enjoyment away or to lessen my excitement or enjoyment of it. It's just a thing that like normally that's your first go to is like the voices are weird. But you're right. It is because they're older that you can.
It's because they're older. There's a disconnect where like you can kind of explain that away, or I can anyway.
Right.
Where I'm just like, yeah, they're older.
They're older.
They're older and they're in a different place in their lives. So it's not unbelievable for me. Yeah, Dante Bosco's is a very distinct voice, and I don't think his would change. But I hadn't really thought of that. I guess.
But yeah, because it's just so cool looking. So I get
there's so many other things that caught my attention in that trailer.
For sure, I absolutely completely. It is stunningly fluid. Like even compared to original Avatar, it is stunningly fluid.
Like it feels like my first thought when I was watching it is like I always go to that thought of where it was. I think Seth MacFarlane. He's like, if you're ever doing the movie version of blank. Yeah. It has to do things and like have things look better and like be the ultimate version of it, so that it doesn't just feel like another episode of a show. And I think that this trailer anyway, I can't speak for the full movie, I haven't seen it, but this trailer anyway definitely gives that impression. Definitely. Like as I'm watching this, I'm like, this feels like the high budget version of the thing.
But like, man, the problem
in a good way.
Yeah, no, in a good way. My other side to that though is it does kind of look a little bit like one of those Sora prompts where it's like take Avatar and make it look expensive. Like that's kind of what it was giving me a little bit.
But I didn't really get that.
But like still, it looks pretty, and the fact that it's not going, it'll go to theaters.
I'd be very surprised if like maybe a year out or 6 months out or something, they're like, oh, because the fan reception has been, or because the reception for it has been so good, we decided to do a limited run where in
order to get it in the Oscars. Yeah, absolutely they will. Totally they will. Oh, there's gonna be a super special director's cut special screening,
like a 2-day only thing or whatever.
Guarantee you. I guarantee you. Unless,
I'd be very surprised.
But also, it is Paramount. They are just that stupid. Speaking
if
of,
they were smart, they would do it.
Speaking of things that look better than they should.
Whoa, that's not fair. I think that should look good.
No. Speaking of things that look better than they should, they finally put out a trailer for The Legend of the White Dragon, which for those of you who don't know, Jordan didn't know this, so I had to tell him this, but this is Jason David Frank, famously the Green Ranger, who
and the White Ranger.
And the White Ranger and the Red Ranger.
Tragically, and the Black Ranger, I think.
And the Black Ranger. Tragically committed suicide twice. At 49.
Yeah, that was sad.
Was he the Black Ranger twice?
Wasn't he? Wasn't he in Dino Thunder as well?
He was, but he was only a Black Ranger. Anyway, yes, he did tragically.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of when he was Red.
I think you're thinking of Red because he was technically Red twice. If you count Zeo and the Turbo Ranger as twice.
He's been a lot of Rangers.
He's been a lot of Rangers.
Anyway, he very sadly did what you said.
He took his own life, yeah. And the last thing he made before he passed away was a movie called The Legend of the White Dragon, and it kind of. The pitch of it was taking a lot of concepts and ideas that the Power Rangers do and it made it R-rated. This movie is supposedly R-rated. And the trailer came out for it, and there's parts where it looks awful, like it looks not very good.
There's parts where it looks hokey.
But like there are other parts where it looks better than it should. Like a lot of the fight sequences are like quite well choreographed looking. Like it was very strange.
Feels like it's two movies that got stitched together, and there's the good parts that have the Green Ranger, and then there's the rest of it.
Right? Like there's a part where they're all dressed up in like, it's a reference to Power Rangers because he's like, you want to pick your color and he picks green, but there's the bit where they're all wearing soldier armor and it's the one of the guys is the Red Ranger.
I say it looks like Mandalorian armor, but
I mean, I would say that too. But they're clearly going for a Power Rangers reference for it. It's just weird because those suits and the White Dragon suit, seem to be from two kind of different things. The thing that pulled me out was that he was the Red Ranger from Time Force. Like it's Wes, and not only is it the Power Ranger from the Red Ranger from Time Force, Jason David Frank's character's name in this is Eric. So he calls him Eric at one point, and it pulled me completely out. I was like, oh, that's weird. But no, yeah, there's a bunch of the action sequences. Yeah, that looks like a higher budgeted version of like a Super Sentai or a Kamen Rider. And I'm like,
I would say Kamen Rider.
I,
That's where my mind went.
I could not believe that. I can't believe this is going to theaters. Like, it says at the end of the trailer that it's going to theaters, and I was like, really? Really? This has straight to digital written all over it. But all right. If it comes to art theaters, I will be seriously tempted to support it because, yeah, it was very sad that he died. And I would like to see. And he looks like he's good. Like, he looks good in it. There's some decent looking emotion in there that I'm like, honestly, this looks kind of like it's gonna be a decent movie for what it is, obviously. But like, I was like,
Good being relative.
yeah, exactly. For what it is, like, it's not winning any Oscars or anything, but
It looks like a solid action flick.
right, yeah, I'll go check it out. Yeah, I was impressed by I'm impressed by how Jason David Frank looks in it. He looks great, even though I think when he made it, he was in his 50s, late 50s or 60s. Like, he still looks very good in it. Yeah, man, absolute loss. The world is a lesser place not having that guy in it, because yeah,
He was a Power Ranger slut.
He loved being in Power Rangers. Now, I hear he was really cool. Like, when it comes to meeting fans and doing conventions.
I say that respectfully, of course.
Of course, yeah. No, I saw a really cool video of him autographing a helmet once where he wrote a special kanji and explained what, like, the kanji meant and its symbolism, and yeah, it was really cool.
But he would come back and do it at like just for any reason.
Absolutely, he would. But yeah, very sad. Something hinky with his wife. I don't want to get into it, but yeah. Jordan, this isn't a news story, but
Well, then should we really be doing it in the news, Justin?
I don't like Kathy Griffin, and so I'm gonna make fun of her because she asked for it. Literally, she says, "Have at it, internet." Kathy Griffin announces 43 age gap romance. So Kathy Griffin, if you were a man and you announced that you had a 43-year age gap difference, they'd call you a predator. So it's okay because you're a woman, right? It makes it okay.
So how old is she?
She is in her 60s.
And this person's in his 20s?
He's 22. Says Captain Rent. He's 22. Have at it, internet. I'm sorry. Are you looking to cradle rob? If you dated him when you were his age, he wouldn't have been born yet, right? Why are you not a predator? And if a guy did this, they would be a predator. Jordan,
see, that's where my inherent sexism is coming out, because I'm looking at him and going like, dude, she's like your grandmother's age.
Your grandma.
But like, she's rich, presumably, so like at least I see his motive.
Right? You want to... No, see, that's the thing is, Jordan, I don't even think she's rich. She's like a D-list celebrity. Like, people barely know who she is, so she's like slightly wealthier than a regular person at best.
Right, which makes her attainable.
Like, I guess it makes it. Is it just to say that you dated a celebrity? Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. It just feels like a double standard. Like, again.
Yeah, it would. The world is a weird place, my friend.
There we are. We made fun of Kathy Griffin. Moving on. She asked for it, Jordan. She said, "Bring it on, internet." They brought it on. Interesting. This is for. Oh yeah. By the way, go check out if you're in the Indiana area. Go check out Injunction Con and the Final Frontier. But in celebration of that, and in time for its 60th anniversary of the 60th anniversary of the original season. Hold on, let me try that again. In honor of the 60th anniversary of the original series, they are putting out all 3 seasons, 79 episodes, and a new collector's gift box, which will include the Blu-ray discs for all 3 original seasons, along with several collectible extras. So if you're
live long and prosper.
Watch long and prosper. Yeah, so if you're a fan of Star Trek, as I am, you can do that.
Are you? Would you call yourself a fan now?
I am.
I mean, you have watched a lot of it.
I am a fan now, yeah.
You are a nerd, I guess.
I am a massive nerd. I've become a fan. I wouldn't have said I was a fan, but after season and a half, I have become a fan. And interesting. So yeah, Jordan, you know how they have that Absolute Batman series that they're making a show? Yeah. Apparently they're doing a run currently, or a part of the story currently is about Harley Quinn. And I've seen pictures of her, and she's like she got black hair, and I think she's like not into the Joker in this version. I can't remember. I know there's a thing that makes her different from regular Harley Quinn, but there's something in here about her meeting two villains who I was like, oh, who are these villains? And you've never heard of them. They're called
She's
Tweedledee.
probably in love with Ivy because that's her go-to gal.
That's her go-to gal. Jordan, I sent you the trailer, another teaser trailer where we get to see yoked Godzilla show up at the end. He's looking yoked as shit for Godzilla -0. And I'm guessing the idea is supposed to be. It looks like they're bringing back, or they're bringing in from original Godzilla, the anti-oxygen bomb. It looks like they're bringing that back because you see in the trailer that they've dropped something on Godzilla, and there's something in the dialogue that they say something about not being able to undo something that they did before. And
I just assumed it was going to be a nuke.
Yeah, but it's weird because they've theoretically in universe already beaten Godzilla, so I'm guessing Godzilla must come back pretty early on, and those other bits are
probably referring to how they thought they beat him last time and it didn't work.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm just excited to see that all of the cast seem to be coming back. That's pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
It looks. I mean, the first one was really good, so this one has definitely earned
faith.
It's earned my attention, and I'm excited. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Yeah, I know. I like the fact because as much as I don't like the
it's fun to see like a serious like drama Godzilla every now and then.
Right. Well, it's just kind of cool because it's like we haven't really had a. They've tried to start up a universe a few times, like with the Shin movie. But we haven't really had a continuity really since the Heisei era. So because it'll be kind of nice to see like 4 or 5 movies in this universe and see them expand like Godzilla in the real world. I don't know. I really like this version of the universe. So I'm definitely
down.
Definitely down. Jordan. Apparently, Moana, live action Moana is bombing horribly.
Good.
It is bombing, quote, worse than they thought it would, which is incredible because we said it was gonna bomb. We were just like, this is gonna bomb horrible.
We certainly said it should bomb.
But we were like, but also it's Disney and people keep showing up to this shit, and it's really funny because like it's the same cycle every time where it's like this one bombs and everyone goes, wait, why don't we not make any more of this? We should not make any more of this, and then the next one makes stupid money for some reason, and then they continue to make them. It's a vicious fucking
because
cycle.
People keep showing up with the morbid curiosity of being like, surely this can't be what can't be worse than the last one, which then gives Disney their money and tells them that they want it, and it's a vicious cycle.
Right. Well, anyway, the director says that the Rock's wig isn't bad. He's wrong. It's bad.
I mean,
it's a bad wig.
I've had a TikTok that come across my feed which points out that any scene where you see Maui, he doesn't have nipples.
He does not have nipples. Oh yeah.
And once you notice that, you can't unnotice it.
That was. I saw a video of The Rock also defending the muscle suit. The reason why he doesn't have nipples is because it's a muscle suit. It was like, yeah, it's because the tattoos needed to be animated. And it was like, yeah, but you could have maybe done a better job of making it look like an actual chest. But all right, okay, yeah, no, I've seen clips from it. I've seen Shiny, and I've seen You're Welcome, and they both look bad. I'm very excited to talk about it.
It's what I've been saying about the live action remakes for years.
Also, Jordan,
it's bad and it should feel bad, and everyone who worked on it should feel bad.
You should all feel bad. Get ready for Toy Story 6, Jordan, because it is making a crap load of money. It is about to cross the 1 billion milestone, which means, Jordan, there will be a Toy Story 6.
I mean, yeah, I saw a thing where I think it was the director from Toy Story 5 had basically said something to the effect of what they did with Andy, they want to do with Bonnie. So they want the 6th one to focus much like how the 3rd one was Andy saying goodbye. They want it to be the same with Bonnie, where now she's saying goodbye to the toys by the end of that one, and we're moving on to the next owners.
That makes sense.
Which, I mean, it does make sense, but it also, I mean, it's just that means it'll probably just feel like a less good version of the Andy one.
We'll see. It's coming. Is the point? Jordan, the original there was a Monsters Incorporated 2. Jordan.
But I'm calling it in the sixth one, where somehow Emily's daughter, like her family, is gonna get introduced to Bonnie,
That'd be
and
rad.
by the end of it, Jesse's gonna go back to the
That'd be rad. That'd be rad.
gonna go back to her daughter.
Jordan, apparently there was going to be a Monsters Inc. 2. And the Wrap spoke with the writers of the screenplay of Monsters Inc. 2, Bob Hilgenberg and Rob Muir. I'm almost positive I'm mispronouncing that. And they revealed details about what was in that script, and they think that that Disney should utilize elements of it. They say they stand by it. Hold on. Let me find the details. Blah, 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 blah,
You're doing
blah.
politics speak, Justin. You're saying a lot, but you're saying nothing.
Hold on.
Or you're saying a lot, but you're telling me nothing. That's how it goes.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. This was back when Disney. You know how there's Disney's and Disney Animated Studio, right?
Yes.
This was supposed to come out before they had purchased Circle 7 Studios, which is what I'm guessing what becomes Disney Studios. And Pixar and Disney were two separate companies, and Disney hadn't bought Pixar yet. So as a result, they had shelved the Monsters Inc. script. What the heck? Sorry. Hold on. There it is. Okay. Here's what was it? Some of the stuff that was in it. In that script, a fan favorite character was going to get married. Jordan, guess which character it was going to get married?
Mike Wazowski.
Wow, how did you guess that the most obvious character to get married was the one that was going to get married?
To the snake girl?
I'm going to guess to the snake girl. Sully was also shown as receiving a promotion in the company, and the story also had an older Boo returning to the monster world to reunite with the monsters who once protected her. So I'm guessing that's why they never made, or that's why they eventually made the prequel. But yeah, they should absolutely. But I'm guessing probably elements of that also folded its way into what became the show. I'm guessing. But yeah, they absolutely should poach.
And maybe some of it ended up into Kingdom Hearts 3.
Perhaps some of it ended up in Kingdom Hearts 3. Yeah, I think they should make Monsters Inc. 2, and I think they should bring back Adult Boo. I really maintain that. I stand by that. I don't know what I would do with it. I've never really been able to come.
And Adult Boo is Emily from Jesse's family, and it's her, and it's all connected, and it's all one Pixar world, Justin.
Absolutely, Jordan. They're making a Naruto movie, a live action Naruto movie, and it's taken its biggest leap forward. Apparently, it's going to be made by Lionsgate and director Destin Daniel Cretton, who you would know as being the director of both Shang-Chi and the new Spider-Man movie in theaters at the end of the month.
Mm.
And train of thought. I'm okay with that. I'm not a big Naruto guy, but I really like him. I really like Daniel Destin Cretton. I quite like him.
Yeah.
I really like Shang-Chi. I'm loving everything I see in Spider-Man. I think that man can shoot an action sequence, and I think he is uniquely qualified. I think he's probably the best guy to do Naruto.
I have questions that I don't think you're going to have the answers to, but when I hear this, there are questions that pop into my mind. Number 1, so it's a Naruto movie. That's a big timeline. When does it take place? Early on, when he's still a kid?
I'm guessing early on.
Because if so, then that presents like similar issues to like the Avatar show, where like if you're starting with him at the beginning of his timeline when he's supposed to be like 12, kids grow up fast.
Yeah, apparently they're currently looking to cast for Sasuke, Naruto, and the girl.
Sakura.
So I'm guessing they're probably gonna push for like almost like a Harry Potter thing of like.
And then there's also like just the aesthetic thing of like, it's a world where like when you look at it in terms of the show, it looks like it wouldn't be that hard to do in live action, but like Sakura is a girl who has like fully pink hair, an outfit that's like reddish, like she's very anime looking.
Yeah.
And when you bring some of these costumes into like their the ninja outfits into live action, I worry that it'll look weird.
Japan has never once nailed a live action anime adaptation.
No.
I really don't think America is gonna do better. Neither is America, but Japan hasn't managed to make it work. I just don't think America is going to. But I really like that director, and I think he could direct some competent kung fu stuff. So if he does a good job and brings in some really talented choreographers, and we get some really, it's the same reason why I've never been convinced that a Dragon Ball Z movie couldn't work if you bring in the correct costumers, designers, and choreographers.
You also have to be willing to spend like something of a budget on their moves.
Yeah.
Because like Sasuke in particular, he does one where like he summons like this big fireball. You can't not have him do that just to replace it with like a standard kung fu thing.
Yeah, you can't it doesn't. Dragon Ball Evolution is the point. You actually have to
make it accurate.
Has to be a level of looking like the thing. Jordan, I want you to guess.
So yeah.
This.
Keep an eye on that one because I'd like to see a trailer.
Right? Jordan. Transformers and Scooby-Doo combined for the crossover you didn't think you needed. Now.
The van becomes a Transformer.
Now, Jordan. I want you to think to yourself, what do you think this crossover is? And then I want you to come up with the lamest possible answer you can think of.
Megatron wants to. He needs the real estate of.
No. Sorry. I gotta stop you right there. No, I'm talking. What form of media does this?
Comic books. It's a comic book.
Get even lamer.
It's a poster.
Wow, that's too lame. Jordan's a toy. It's a toy set. Set of toys.
Oh, okay. Is that lamer?
It's lamer than a comic book.
I mean, it depends on your age, I guess. But yeah, okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
Wasn't there one where there was the toy collaboration, which I think also became a comic, but toy collaboration where Transformers teamed up with Back to the Future and like the DeLorean changed, the clock tower changed.
Yes.
And I think the train did.
I believe
or maybe
you're
it was
correct.
Just the two.
That was absolutely a thing. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so this would be a similar vein.
I don't know if they did comics. I don't know if they ended up doing comics, but there were definitely toys.
So yeah, I'm guessing one of the Transformers is the van.
Yeah, the only thing worse than a comic book crossover is a toy crossover because it's dumb. That's a
Mystery Machine.
Yeah.
Does it say what it was that transforms?
Yes, it did. Hold on, I'll bring it back up.
Because I guarantee you, one of them has to be the Mystery Machine.
I'll bring it back up.
And I need you to confirm this for me.
Hold on.
I don't know what the other one would be, but or like what any other one would be, but that's the one that I'm like, it's a car.
Yeah. Hasbro has unveiled the Transformers X Scooby-Doo Mysterious Prime and Automutt action figure set. The first is a 6-inch mysterious Prime figure that is like a Mysterious Prime figure that, like a Transformer, converts from an action-ready robot into a Mystery Machine-inspired van mode. Transformation takes 19 steps, and that's not where the action stops. After converting into robot mode, users can swap its head with 4 replacements in the box. These include the 4 Scooby-Doo characters, Shaggy, Fred, Daphne, and Velma. Automutt, on the other hand, is exactly what it sounds like. It's an action figure that transforms between a dog resembling Scooby-Doo and a box of Scooby snacks. The transformation takes just 6 steps. The toy set includes camera and flashlight accessories. That sounds
fun. Did you say something?
I said it sounds lame as hell.
I said that sounds fun.
I mean, yeah, okay. It turns into.
If I was like 7 years old, that'd be a lot of fun.
Transforms into a mystery machine.
Transformers.
I just my favorite is the mystery machine like van. It's not the mystery machine. It's mystery machine like.
I mean, the actual mystery machine is just a car, Justin. This is a transformer that's taking the shape of the mystery machine.
All right then.
So yeah, it sounds like it's the DeLorean one.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. Jordan, that's the news. Throw me some news things. Jordan, we kept the news to 42 minutes today.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Yeah, we did it. Today's show, as always, we like to shout out our good friends over at Wild Education, whomst, if on 2 days a week, if you require rats and you live in the local Fraser Valley Lower Mainland area, twice a week you can go to them and purchase rats, frozen rats, to feed to your lizards, snakes, and or animals that eat such animals. And I believe they have the opportunity where you can donate and you can unlock the chance to have an encounter with their serval cat, Gary. And all that information and more is on their Facebook and YouTube channel, all of which are in the description down below. Won't someone think of the fucking animals?
Goddamn animals! Rawr.
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 Rawr. And as previously mentioned, the Final Frontier is currently, as we speak, in Conjunction Con. I'm not going to play the ad because I'm not going to play the ad, but go check out my captain and co-host Jake, as he is putting out. You can win all sorts of giveaways and stuff. Like, he's got merchandise and products, and you can ask him how to do a Star Trek podcast if you're in the local Indiana area. Yeah, that's the In Conjunction Con. Check them out. Today. Yeah!
Falcor!
Yeah! And today, Jordan, today is going to be the day that I'm going to bring it back to you. By now, you should have realized the truth. You're probably all wondering why I'm not wearing the traditional shirt that I wear for the show. And that's because this is a reference to a movie I'm going to be talking about later. Because today, Jordan, we're talking about going to high school. About being in high school and movies and television shows that involve being in high school. And being that I went to high school first, I'm going first. I noticed you didn't object to that.
Meh.
You didn't object. There was no objection.
You're the boss, man.
So we're gonna start off to this week.
I'm just along for this ride, man.
For the ride, man. This week we're gonna start off with something we already kind of started talking about before, and I'm gonna slip in Jimmy. I'm gonna slip in the clip from us talking about it last time. Now. Yeah, that's what we said last time when we talked about this 3 weeks ago. That's what we talked about this. Okay, the Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, come with your hand.
Have I played the trailer already? I don't know if I have. I might have. I might not have. No, let's play the trailer now. We'll play the trailer now. Napoleon Dynamite. Play the trailer. Play the. Okay, so. The thing I remember saying last time was I wanted to figure out what the joke was that made me laugh. The one joke that made me laugh. I could not figure out what it was. I couldn't remember. Nothing. There. I laughed twice, audibly twice, and I could not remember what the joke was when I was a teenager that made me laugh. But the first thing is, yeah, George's right. This is sad. Like, it's not funny. It's sad. It's really sad. It's the thing is, like, it's not laughing. It's the thing I said last time, which is it's not laughing with him, it's laughing at him, and it just took me back to
he's different. That's funny.
Right. And he's not in on the joke, and that's not funny. And like, he never has a moment of self-awareness. He's just I've encountered too many. It brought me back to what it was like to go to high school, and in a negative, bad way, where it was like he's not in on the joke. He doesn't realize that he's being made fun of. And it's not funny. And, like,
it's mean-spirited.
It's really mean-spirited. I don't understand why people like it. But I will confess, the bit where the girl walks up and gives him the pin, and he's like, "Why would I vote for you?" And he's like, I don't know. He's like, wait, come back. Let me see the pin. He takes the pin and he just throws it in the other direction. That made me laugh. That was funny. That was genuinely funny. And then there was one other moment, and I legit don't remember what it was, which means it clearly wasn't that funny. that made me laugh. But like, the only thing that mercifully it does right is it's short. It's just not very long. It's like it's under 90 minutes. You're like, oh, this is. Oh, that was the other thing that drove me crazy about it was like, it supposedly takes place in 2004, which is impossible. Well, at least it seems impossible because like everyone in the movie dresses like they're from the 1980s. Like,
yeah, but that could just be rural America.
no way, no. They It's not even just like they're
small town.
That's a lazy fucking excuse because like everyone not only dresses.
It's a potential reason.
All the people are dressed. That's an excuse because the only reason why we know that it takes place in 2004 is because after a test screening where nobody could figure out what year it took place, the director went in.
I think it's supposed to be like timeless.
Well, no, the test audiences couldn't figure out what year the movie took place, so they went back in afterwards. You know the opening credits where you see his hands doing all this stuff. Well, the bit where it shows his ID and it says class of 2004, that was a late addition. Otherwise, test audiences couldn't figure out when this was supposed to take place because like it's not just that their clothes look vaguely 1980s. They all have weird 1980s haircuts, weird 1980s perms. At one point, I think he uses a cassette tape. Like it looks like it takes place in the 1980s. It feels like this was based on somebody's 1980s childhood. The decision to insist that it takes place in 2004 is weird. Like, I could handle if, like, it didn't show you the date, and you're like, what year does this take place in? And you're like, oh, it's supposed to be ambiguous. Okay, fine. But they so specifically say that it takes place in 2004, and I went to high school in 2004, so I know what 2004 high school looks like, and this doesn't look like 2004 high school. Like it just doesn't. See, now it's doing that echo thing again. What the hell? It's very distracting.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. For me, it's not even. I can get past that. It's just for me. It's not funny.
It's just not funny. It's not funny. And like the ending dance bit, it's not funny. Like that's just what more can you say about a comic? Oh, that's the other thing that drove me crazy. Is he's supposed to be 16, and he looks like he's 30. It doesn't.
Wow, certainly look like he's in his 20s.
No, he looks like he's fucking 30 in his 20s.
He certainly. See, the point being is he doesn't look like he should be in high school. 16.
No, he doesn't. Like I could maybe believably be like, oh, he's 18. Okay, all right. I think it's just because I've encountered so many guys like him who think they're the coolest, who just like you're making fun of them to their face and they have no idea. And yeah,
they don't get it.
They don't get it. And I think it's that this was kind of the point where I had that epiphany of the mid 2000s were awful. We were awful back then. Like the fact that it's not so much the fact that this exists, it's the fact that it was so
Everyone
popular.
loves this.
It was so popular. It was so popular, and I don't understand why. I do understand why. It's because people want to bully people, but that's all this movie is. This movie is a bully. It's bullying Napoleon Dynamite. It doesn't make him look sympathetic or like he has an ounce of.
He's the weird loser, and he deserves to be punished for being the weird.
Yeah,
loser.
exactly. Like
that's like he needs to just stop being so weird. That's where his family's problems begin and end. Is they're all just a bunch of weirdos, and they need to not be so weird.
Right. Oh, no, that's what made me laugh.
Dynamite, the movie. That's what it is.
That's what made me laugh. The joke about the brother and how he looks like he's a pedophile the whole movie. Like he legit looks like he's a pedophile the whole movie, and then he winds up with the black.
He actually did have a girlfriend.
Yeah, he actually did have a girlfriend. That made me laugh. That was funny. That bit was funny because he was just so over the top gross. You're like, oh yeah, no, he's. Him and the uncle. The uncle is also awful. The uncle is also. That's the thing that makes you realize it's not the 80s though. Is the fact that the uncle wants to go back to the 1980s because he thinks that he could have been popular if he was successful in the night. But anyway, yeah, it's just not very good, and I don't understand why people liked it. I do because in 2004 we were so okay with treating people like shit. Like we were so okay with bullying people. Like again, this movie is the cinematic equivalent to like that to that kid in high school. And I don't know, maybe in America it was different, but like for me, there was always that kid in high school who I guess maybe the thing that separates me from Napoleon Dynamite maybe is the fact that I was self-aware. Like I can trace my ness back to a specific moment in high school where I didn't become Napoleon Dynamite. Hold on, I'm gonna keep talking, but the screen's gonna see me fiddle with. Yeah, where I became Napoleon Dynamite, where like a girl
I
tried
was
to
a
make
version of him. That's where when I said it, I was like, I don't necessarily see. I see us both being on the spectrum of like a certain category of people, and like he's on the far end, and I'm on the opposite end. So like we're nowhere near each other, but we're still on the same bar graph.
right,
Like,
right.
if that makes any sense. So, like, yeah, when I watch that movie, I see a version of myself. And I remember a time in my life when I was a very unhappy boy, like a very unhappy kid. Um, and it's just, this movie doesn't evoke good feelings for me,
Sorry.
personally,
Um, yes, I completely agree.
because it reminds me of a time when I was just, it was complicated. Life was complicated.
For me, it's like I became too self-aware to be like Napoleon Dynamite, just straight up. So like, but
Like
this
this
movie.
Napoleon Dynamite in this movie does make me think of one very specific kid in my school who in my grade
Oh, absolutely, same.
who
I worked with
no
that
one
kid.
treated nicely.
Right. It makes me think of two kids who. Okay, that's better. Yeah, no, it reminds me of two kids.
Two kids,
who
but one in particular.
I worked with so many kids. Like Napoleon Dynamite. If you're a Smosh fan, makes me think of The Chosen, who like in short
Except
bursts.
Lamer.
Except for Lamer, in short incremental bursts. Like yeah, he's kind of funny, but like for an entire hour and a half long narrative, it's like oh, it's too much. But like yeah, no.
He's autistic, Justin.
To me, this movie is this. Yes, he is. He's the worst kind of autistic. No, that was a Bob Burgers quote. Just to be clear,
He's autistic. Yeah, he can't help it. He's autistic.
He's not autistic.
Yeah, I'm autistic.
He's not. You're not autistic.
Don't play this game. It just involves me picking up a lot of toothpicks. How many toothpicks are there? 100? 100? There's like one.
There's three.
How many is there now? One? There's three now.
Three. This movie to me is the cinematic equivalent of like for me when I was in high school, you have that kid who pretended to be nice to you and who was nice to your face, but you could tell that they were making fun of you. That's what this movie is. This movie is the cinematic equivalent to that. To the person who but they don't realize that they're bullying you, and then they find out like decades later that they were being really mean and awful, and they didn't realize
condescending.
We were just goofing around, and they don't realize that
what they said hurt.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this movie is. This movie is that kid. Like, yeah. Like I just for like the first like half of it, I wasn't.
It just evokes a very particular time in my life that doesn't bring back good memories.
Yeah, it made me feel sad. I was sad, and considering this is supposed to be a comedy and not a drama, exactly. Yeah, I did not have a good time. I did not like this, and I'm sure somebody in the comments is gonna yell at me for not liking this movie. You're so
for being woke or whatever.
Yeah, you're just too sensitive. You're too sensitive. Yeah, I am sensitive. I'm sensitive to bullying. Okay? Cool. Okay? Alright. Alright, okay. That's Napoleon Dynamite. Bad start to this week, Jordan. Bad start.
So speaking of the 2000s, this is a 2000 teen comedy film. I watched Bring It On, the first one. What I assume is the first one.
I'm pretty sure it's the first one.
And yeah, it's got Kirsten Dunst is the head cheerleader, and there's a bunch of other people. And it's a cheerleading thing. It's a cheerleading movie. They're trying to go to Allstate or whatever. And there's the inner city team who the previous captain had been stealing their routines for years, and there's now drama, tension.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains a lot. Okay.
What?
I'll explain later.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. It was
It's a movie about high school girls and doing cheerleading. How much were you? How much did you possibly get out of it?
well, I mean, exactly. It's it's fine. I don't know. It's a real 2000s exactly what you think it's gonna be kind of movie.
Yeah. Sure looks like it. It's funny that I when I was looking up
I
stuff
I
for
would
next week,
I
the
would
sequel
refer to
popped
this
up.
movie as like popcorn movie.
Yeah. There's no real like
There's
depth to
nothing really
it,
to it.
but it wasn't
Like
trying to. But
it
also
doesn't
like,
try to be anything more than it is.
they made a shit ton of these. Like I think they made at least 2 or 3 of them.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah. So they're
From what I
clearly
saw, like there's like the one where they're in college now. Oh, now it's spring break. Oh, now it's a completely different team. Oh,
Yep.
like
Yeah.
there's like a bunch of different
Now it's the next
different ones.
generation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't actually even know how many of them are.
I know
there
there's
are.
one. I know there's one when they're in college because when I was looking up college movies for next week, one of the ones that popped up was Bring It On.
Yeah, so Bring It On Again, Bring It On, All or Nothing, Bring It On, In It to Win It, Bring It On, Fight to the Finish, Bring It On, Worldwide Cheer Smack,
Ugh.
and then there was a TV film, Bring It On, Cheer or Die.
Of course there was. Yeah, that makes sense.
So a lot of them. It's
Yeah.
like Air Bud.
It's like
but for
it's like
cheerleading.
Airbud, but for cheerleaders. Yeah, exactly. It's like Airbud, but that's so accurate. At one point, they're not even doing cheerleading anymore. They're like saving the world for some reason, and I'm like, what does this have to do with cheerleading now?
I'm
That's a joke for the
I'm
5
guessing-
people who've seen all the Airbud movies.
I'm guessing that's Bring It On Cheer or Bring It On Worldwide Cheer Smack is what you're referring to.
No, I'm not. That was a joke. That was.
Oh.
I was making. It was a joke. It was a joke referencing it to Airbud because Airbud actually sounds being about dogs playing sports.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. Cheerleaders are always fun.
Cheerleaders are always fun.
All I could think as I was watching it though, and I was watching them do their competitions is, and I'm gonna real world this for a second. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is being a cheerleader?
Well, I know you're going for
Because
a
I
goof,
do.
but honestly, it is pretty dangerous.
It is very dangerous. They are tossing you, and you have to fully rely on your teammates to catch you. Because if they don't, and you land on your head, serious damage can happen.
Yeah.
Which I know because there's a girl that I knew who I went to high school with, Tasha, who even after she left high school, she continued to do cheerleading, like in competitions and stuff. And she got dropped on her head. I think it was like 3 times, something like that, and she can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Like she
yeah.
can't be a tosser anymore, basically. And if she wants to do cheerleading, she has to be one of the people that catches or is on the ground, because like she's had too much head
Yeah.
trauma, and she has like short-term memory and shit. So like all I could think as I'm watching this, and like the very beginning part is they toss the one girl up. And like then they drop her, and the hospital takes her away. She's got the thing around her neck, and I'm like, yeah, if she fell the wrong way, like she's done.
For sure. Yeah. No. Yeah. That movie's funny because you're like, oh yeah, the idea of them taking cheerleading competitions super seriously. That seems ridiculous. But no, in America they have legit like.
Oh, they had it's the
legit,
baseball,
legit, yeah.
or it's football, but for girls.
For girls, pretty much. Yeah, they take it very seriously. Yeah.
Also in this movie, one of the funny things, running gags, which I thought like I appreciated, is so on the squad, there's I believe off the memory that I can think of at least two male members or whatever. And so at one point they're having this conversation amongst all the cheerleaders where they're like, so you both like which team are you guys both playing for, basically, right? And they're like, oh, Dave here, not their actual names, but oh, Dave here, he is fully playing on the same team as you ladies. Like that is absolutely his thing. Martin here really enjoys helping lift, I can't remember the character's name, Lydia up. You know, she has a particular uniform that she wears when she knows that he's going to be lifting her. They are very much, he's very much, and so there's the running gag where the football team, like their school's football team is terrible. Like terrible. They lose all the time. But the guy football players keep making fun of the guy cheerleaders where they're like gay. and they like other words that are very 2000. But then like there's the scenes where like the guy cheerleaders are helping the girl cheerleaders like train and stuff and like do that stuff and like holding places that cheerleaders get to hold. Um, and the football players are watching them going like, and one of them is like, maybe maybe we should join the cheerleading team.
Anyway,
That's very funny. Anyway, let's bring it on. That's film. That's movie. It's good. It's fine.
it's fine.
Next,
It's all right. It's okay.
it's
Next.
2000.
It's the 2000s. My next one.
No, not 2000s. It was released on like in 2000
Same difference.
specifically. No, it's the start. That's where it all went seriously wrong, Justin.
My next one, Jordan, is another one of those Disney Channel original movies that feels like it was I hate using the word real movie, but like was a
Theatrical film.
theatrical film. Yeah. This is Lemonade Mouth. Lemonade Mouth is
I have
based,
vague memories of that.
it's based on a book, and I not that I read the book, but I read about the book, and the book is like substantially more dark. There's a bit involving. They say it in the movie, but they kind of downplay it a bit. Where, spoiler alert, you find out that the Bridget Mendler character, her dad is in prison, and I don't want to say this with confidence because I don't know if I'm 100% right, but I think in the book they say that her dad killed a guy, and that's why he's in prison. But I'm pretty sure they say the reason why he's in prison. It's not like much darker, but it's like a little bit darker. But anyway, the basic premise of this is it's the Breakfast Club but with music, basically, where they all meet each other in detention, and they all discover that they have a mutual love of music, and they create a band. The music. One of the things I like is there's a bit where they're all supposed to be cleaning up in detention, and they start playing music or whatever, and they all the music in this movie slaps, all of it. I don't think it's a bad song in the bunch, but they start playing the first song, and it's an example of a diegetic musical because all of the music happens in the actual.
They're playing the music.
Yeah, but she walks in, and it's like basically like it does that moment where they think they're in trouble, and she's like, "Holy shit, that was the greatest thing I've ever heard in my life!" Basically, she's like, "Oh my god, you guys are so good. You guys need to play music. You need to play music yesterday." And they're all like, I don't know. And it's the kind of movie where it's like it introduces each of the characters, and they all have a particular beef. So it's got the one guy from Zeke and Luther. I can't remember the actor's name, but his dad, as his mom has left his dad, and he's about to get married to a new young hot woman, and he doesn't like her because she's obviously intruding on the family or whatever. Then the other one
Is her being a hot mother important to the story? Because that's a weird way to describe her.
No, yeah, it's important. It's important that you know. It's important for me telling the story that you knew that she was hot.
Right. Okay. Go on.
And then the one girl, she has Indian parents. That should be enough. And who else?
It sets the tone.
Oh, and then you've got her entire character arc is that her parents are Indian. And then you've got the last girl.
You didn't need to elaborate that.
The last girl is
the subtext was enough.
You remember from Wizards of Waverly Place the Asian chick who was friends with Alex, who wanted to make everyone able to be a wizard? I forget what Stevie, I think her name was. She's in it. She is one of the. She's in it, and she's a whole thing is she's like a teenager who's rebellious and whatnot, and they all mutually bond over this ice cream lemonade machine called the Mel's Lemonade, and that's where they get the name from. And it's honestly really good. The music is good. All the songs slap.
That's high praise indeed.
Yeah, I really don't think there's one of the better. There's a really good song called "Living on a High Wire" that is not in the movie. It's a deleted scene, but it's also really quite good. And it is it's one of those the Disney Channel original movies in my opinion that's elevated in the sense that it's better than its contemporaries. So like it kind of came out around-ish the time of High School Musical-ish. I don't know. I'd say it might have been just after High School Musical, but I just think it's like a better version of Camp Rock, where it's like, yeah, this is actually good, and the performances in this are good. Like Bridget Mendler is kind of better than she should be in this. Like she's got a lot of kind of powerful moments that are quite good. It's nice and tight. It's weirdly long for a Disney Channel original movie. It's an hour and 40, which is weirdly long.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that's like actual movie
I
length.
know. It was very strange. It was
Hmm.
longer than an hour and a half, but it doesn't feel long. The pacing is really tight. It moves really quickly, but it doesn't feel overly rushed. Um, it's good for what it is. I'm surprised you haven't. No, like, so you have seen this, right? But it's been a while.
I remember I was watching it back, like when it was on Family Channel back in the day on
Really?
TV.
Is it that old?
That's my memory of it. Is that's where I remember watching it.
It's
I
not that
remember watching it on TV.
it's not that I don't believe you. I just
Might not have been out back in like, but I think it might have been when we had the Telus box and it was
was it?
oh but like
I'm not
yeah,
saying I doubt
definitely.
you. No, you were right because I think I might have watched this with my. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right because I think this was contemporary to Camp Rock, and I just think
Yeah, I think so. It came out around the same time.
it's one of the better musical Disney Channel original movies. I think I think it's one.
I
Of
mean,
the
I
first
remember for
better
the
than
longest
it should
time
be.
on our burned CDs. Remember when we burned CDs?
God, yeah, I do.
I remember it being on those.
Yeah, I had I think all of the songs from this.
Yeah.
In my playlist at some point, it was its own playlist for the longest time.
So yeah,
Um,
no, I definitely I remember
is
Lemonade Mouth.
there anything else
It's been
that
years
I
since I've actually watched it.
wanted to mention about this? That is coming. Nope, nothing coming to mind. That's it. That's Lemonade Mouth.
Okay. Um. So the next two of my movies, um, both, I they have elements of them which make them problematic, uncomfortable
Oh yeah, and mine I like that too.
for me. Um,
That's common.
kind of. And it's absolutely a double standard. And I'm aware of it, and I'm going to point it out. But there's a double standard where comfortableness is flexible in my mind. Um, but we'll start with this one, which is on one side of the coin. Um, so this movie called Election. Have you ever heard of Election?
I have not.
Has Matthew Broderick in it. Has a young Reese Witherspoon in it. Younger. I don't know how old she actually was at the time, but she's playing a high schooler. Um, and it. Oh, and one of the guys, one of the characters, I believe, is played by. He's one of the guys from American Pie. Um, anyways, the American Pie series, I should say, because he was in multiples. Anyways, so the things that make this one uncomfortable for me, but like it's also kind of the point. So like it's treated like a bad thing. Is So the point of this movie is basically Matthew Broderick's character, who I just realized his character's name also is a reference to Home Alone. Um, but or at least I sure as shit think it is. Because his character name in this is called Jim McAllister.
Oh,
Um, where the kid in
it's Kevin McAllister.
Home Alone is Kevin McAllister.
Yeah,
So,
I see
and
the
it's like
connection.
it appears like it's spelled like the same. So anyway, um,
I see the connection you've made.
he is the teacher of Tracy Flick, who I don't know if they ever actually said like what age they are. Maybe they did, and I missed it, but it's not.
Is he a student? Is she a student? And he's a teacher.
She's a student and he's a
Then
teacher.
it's automatically not okay.
Well, it's not. So basically, he has one of his fellow teachers is also his friend, Matthew Broderick. Is also his friend, who falls in love with the Tracy Flick because the entire point of Tracy Flick is she's like she has no morals. He thinks she has no morals and will do whatever it takes to climb whatever ladder she has to.
Is she a high school
Essentially,
student? And is he a teacher?
exactly. But like in his mind, she's the one. Even though like she's like yeah he's automatically the one at fault. she knows what she's doing.
No, that's no excuse.
Um,
No,
but
no.
no. So the one adult, the friend or whatever, gets fired, and then the movie quickly shuffles him off like he had to move away and go back to his mother's house, but like nothing ever happened to Tracy. Is kind of the thing where it's like, so like now she's running to be student body president, and she's unencumbered, like there's nobody going against her, and Matthew Broderick's character is like, I have to stop her, like I have to be the one who stops her so she doesn't do this to anyone else.
Stop her
And
by
like,
inappropriately dating her.
no, stop her by convincing the character who was played by a person who was in American Pie, who was an idiot, but very popular, convincing him to run for presidency
Oh.
so that she's not like automatically gonna win. And so then he keeps like trying to subtly influence the election, so that she'll lose, because he thinks like, she needs to lose, like it's good for her. Because she's like the type A personality who she's in every club, she succeeds at everything, she does not lose, that kind of person.
Right.
Um, and but yeah, the point being was like that the icky stuff, like with the teacher falling in love with the student stuff,
Yep.
makes me really uncomfortable
Yes,
in
it
this.
should.
Which there's in Risky Business, there's an element which also makes me uncomfortable, but it makes me less uncomfortable than this, and I realize that it's a double standard.
Risky Biznu.
It's
No, it's
very
not.
much a double
Teachers
standard.
should never date students. That is an imbalance of
No,
power.
no. That what I'm reason why it doesn't. So in Risky Business, it's prostitutes, or sorry, call girls, who they don't specifically say their ages, but like presumably they're adults, because the main character and all the other people are high school seniors. So like my point is that like it should feel the same in level of like they're being taken advantage of, but like the misogynist in me is like they're dudes, so it bothers me
Yeah, it
less.
depends.
And I'm aware that's bad.
A high school senior could be 18, and look, while that is not necessarily morally right, it is at least legally right. This.
I'm pretty sure they specifically say that he's 17 in that
Okay.
one.
Then yes, that's also weird and icky. Yes, then that is a double standard, but that's a double standard that society makes, so you're not alone in making it.
Anyways, election. So yeah, basically the way this ends is he keeps doing things to try and so meanwhile, things between him and his wife have become strained, and there's a neighbor woman who moved in, and him and the neighbor woman kiss, and then the neighbor woman feels guilty and confesses to his
Is the
wife.
neighbor
and his-
woman an adult?
Yes.
Then it's okay for him to kiss her.
No, it's not, because he's in a relationship.
Oh.
He's married.
It's legally okay for him to kiss her.
Right, but ethically it's wrong.
I mean, ethically it's wrong now.
And so then the woman confesses to his wife, so his life is falling apart in that regard. Meanwhile, it comes time for the day of the voting and all that, and the stupid thing needs to stay up. There's the two students who have to read through the votes, and then he is supposed to like count through them as the teacher and like verify it. And so they do, and it looks like the girl is going to win. And he is obviously not happy about that. And so he's counting through it, and he's like, yeah, sure as shit, it looks like she's going to win by 2 votes. And so then he like secretly crumples the 2 votes and tosses them in the garbage.
How dare he?
Which ultimately he gets found out. And this is where I have one suspension of disbelief issue in this movie, where he ends up getting found out. Like there's the principal, and she finds out, and they find the votes or whatever, right? And then like he's like, the I very quietly, like he didn't fire me. I gave him my resignation, and without any protest he accepted it. And I'm just like, it was a student election. Fuck that. I'm not giving up my job for that.
Right? It's like, okay, let's all just
Especially
remember.
with a chick with a she's no innocent flower.
That was a weird.
I'm just
that was a weird way. To
well,
put
I
that.
mean, like she's no like
spring chicken.
yeah, like the there's no nice way to say it, right? But like, she's not a good person either,
That's fair. But she's also
right? Like,
she's also a
why would
minor and
I?
a high school student.
No, but I'm saying in this instance, what this teacher did, all he did was throw an election, a
Yeah.
student
A
election.
student election, which is a borderline
It means nothing. It's a
popularity.
popularity contest,
And
right?
let's,
Like it's a fiction. I'm saying it's not like she was actually in politics and he threw a actual election.
you know,
So to quit your job and like move to a different state over that, which is what ends up happening,
I suppose
it's
that
just
is
I'm
true.
just like that feels
That does
crazy.
feel like overkill. Jordan,
But like
you have
anyways,
anything
yeah,
else to say about the thing you just talked
it was
about?
fine.
The election
It was fine.
was fine.
Yeah, it was fine.
It was fine. It was
I
fine.
mean, Reese Witherspoon is a good actress, and
I do like Reese Witherspoon.
Matthew Broderick is he's also
Yeah,
good.
It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Jordan, I doubt you've heard of this movie, Jordan. I doubt you've heard of this next one. I don't think you have. Because it involves a sequel to an iconic piece of literature. One that maybe arguably shouldn't have a sequel made to it. This is Hamlet 2.
No.
So Hamlet 2, Jordan, is about stars Steve Coogan in a performance that is just great. It's just really funny. As a local high school theater teacher who is he wants to be an actor, but as he puts it, he's not good. Like, I've always dreamed of being an actor, but I'm not good. And he decides that if he can't do, he'll teach. So he becomes a high school drama teacher. And due to the school's budgets, they cut all of the electives that people want. So everyone is forced to take his drama class as an elective. And he's kind of a failing teacher in the sense that all he really does is adaptations of more famous movies. So the movie starts off and he's doing a play version of Aaron Brockovich, and he's beholden to this really harsh theater critic who turns out to be one of the students. And the student's like, have you ever considered, I don't know, doing something original for once? And so he decides. Oh, and he's also told that the theater program is going to be out and out cut, and at the end of the year he's going to be out of a job. So he decides that in a bid to like do something with his career, he sits down and he writes a sequel to Hamlet called Hamlet 2. And he encourages all of the students to go for it or whatever. And the plot of Hamlet 2 is that somehow Hamlet finds a time machine and goes back in time and prevents the deaths of every major character in Hamlet, as well as he goes back to the time of Jesus Christ.
Why?
And he meets Jesus Christ.
No.
And the movie is basically, as it goes through, him having problems trying to get... It's characters going to him and being like, you can't have a 5-person orgy in a high school play on stage. You just can't do it. It just can't be done. It's scenes like that of characters coming him and him justifying a particularly gross or awful scene from this musical. Oh, did I mention it was a musical? It's a musical.
Of course it is. Yeah.
One of the funniest bits in it is how he runs into Elizabeth's shoe, and she's just she's a nurse. He winds up he's an alcoholic who lives with his wife, and they brought in a boarder, and his wife midway through the movie leaves him, and the kids trick him into getting drunk. So he gets drunk and he injures himself, and he runs into this woman who's a nurse who looks like Elizabeth Shue. Elizabeth Shue, Jordan, is Karate Kid. You know, Danny's first girlfriend?
Okay.
That's Elizabeth Shue. So she shows up looking like she does on Cobra Kai when she showed up on Cobra Kai. She's in other stuff you've seen, but that's just the one I could think of off the top of my head. But she shows up. He's like, "Hey, has anyone ever told you that you look like exactly like Elizabeth Shue?" And she's like, "Yeah, that's because I am Elizabeth Shue." He's like, "What? No fucking way!" And he's like really into her or whatever. he's like, you need to come to my class and talk to my students. And at a certain point, they bring him in, and obviously she's an actress from the 1980s, so none of the students have any idea who she is or what she's in. And he's like, come on, man, it's Elizabeth Shue, you know, from like, I think she was in Footloose. I think she's in the original Footloose as well. But he's like, from like this movie, and like it goes to the whole like typical like one of the students is it's the kid from Pitch Perfect, the love interest from Pitch Perfect. He's in this, and he wants to be he's Larity's, and he's like, "Yo, you want me to play Larity's gay, but I'm not ready to come out." He's like, "No, I want him to be bi-curious. It's fine if he's bi-curious." I like, you're giving Hamlet all the best stuff. So it goes to the movie. It does the whole all is lost moment, just like School of Rock, and it gets to the bit where they decide they're gonna do the big musical, and the big musical has such. I mean, I don't want to give too much of it away, but it's got such amazing numbers as Rock Me, Rock Me, Rock Me, Sexy Jesus.
I need you to just stop. Just no.
Because it's so funny because you're watching this and it's just like increasingly terrible. You're like, this, like if this were a real play or musical, this would be awful, but it would be fascinating.
It just sounds like it would be The Room.
A little bit. So yeah, there's a point. So okay, for most of the movie, they've got a kid playing Jesus. And maybe it's certainly possible I missed it, but they never explain why. When it comes time for them, they because the play's so disgusting, it gets to a point where they get kicked out of the school. They're not allowed to continue practicing or rehearsing at the school, and they get kicked out of the school. The principal's like, you can't do this musical. This musical is disgusting. You can't do it here. So they manage to get a space somewhere else, and they fix it up, and they're doing the play. Because, you know, it ends with them doing the play. And yeah, there's a point where the teacher just decides that he is going to play Jesus. So it's a bunch of students, and he's playing Jesus, and there's a point where they get out of the time machine in this play. They get out of the time machine, and it's like Greece. Like they're all on a beach. They start singing this song, "Rock Me, Sexy Jesus." At one point, Jesus is like doing a moonwalk on water. He's like, "Oh, you think Jesus walked on water? Watch him dance." As he dances over the water.
Oh,
And then,
I'm exhausted just hearing about it.
The movie opens with he's like, he's talking about how upset he is. And it just feels like I'm having other people's opinions forced down my throat. It feels like I'm being raped in the face. And so naturally, so naturally in this play, the play opens up with singing this song called "Raped in the Face," and it's actually kind of like it sounds bad out of context, but in context, it's actually like kind of good in the sense that like it's weirdly dramatic and effective, but it doesn't remotely belong in this weird play. And the play ends with, throughout the movie, the main character there's this running joke about how he has an issue with his dad who prevented him from becoming an actor. And so there's multiple bits in this play where characters just inexplicably forgive their father for no reason. So there's a montage.
I forgive you, Dad.
There's a montage of while they're singing they get early on. They hire a crowd of men, this men's choir, to do the accompaniment of the music, and so it's this accompaniment chorus singing this really highly emotional version of Elton John's "Someone Save My Life Tonight, Sugar Bear." You know, "Someone save my life tonight, Sugar Bear. You're a butterfly, and butterflies are free." I'm pretty sure it was in Rocket Man last week, but anyway. They're singing a really highly emotional version of that as it shows Jesus in this time machine saving every character who dies in Hamlet, and it cuts to the end of it, and it's Jesus and Hamlet are in the time machine, and Jesus is like, "Yeah, I have to get back, man. I have something important to do," and he's like, "Oh man, if my dad found out what I was up to, he'd crucify me." As he walks off stage.
Oh my God.
And then the musical and the play ends with Hamlet forgiving his father. He's like, "You need to forgive your father, Hamlet." And it cuts to him hanging as Jesus. He's like, "I forgive you, Father. I forgive you." As like just lightning strikes. It's the dumbest thing ever. This movie was a delight. I remember the first time I saw it, it was them singing the "Somebody Saved My Life Tonight" bit, and I was like, no, sorry, I walked in on them singing "Raped in the Face," and I was like, what is this fucking movie? It's legit. It's if you're, it made me go back to like doing shit with Fred, where it was just like, yeah, man, it took me back to my time of doing weird adaptations of like Shakespeare and readapting it and into something that's kind of weird and strange. And but yeah, this is really underrated, very funny movie that I just don't think enough people have seen. Me and Jay constantly reference it because we always think it's funny. But yeah, I think he put "Rock Me Sexy Jesus" into the Final Frontier once, and it was really funny. Like the thing is, the movie is good, but you can just watch "Rock Me Sexy Jesus" out of context, and it's still funny. Like, you don't need the context of the rest of the movie to think that it's funny, and I'm absolutely gonna send it to you later because it's really funny. Anyway, that's Hamlet 2. Raped in the face.
So, earlier, I mentioned risky business.
Risky business?
Risky business.
Risky
Very
business.
risky.
It's risky.
Yeah,
I had no idea what the plot of that. So you've described the plot of this to me multiple times at this point, and like I thought it was about a business guy doing business.
No.
They realized it was about a teenager, because like the one bit of it, everyone's seen it. Everyone's seen it. The one bit of it, yeah, it's him sliding out and wearing the going da the whole time a rock and Alf. That bit's from Alf.
No, that bit from Alf is from this.
You know, the same difference. I recognize it from Alf. That's the point.
Yeah, it's so. This basically, he's a high school senior.
And he wants to fuck.
And well, the point of this movie is basically his parents are rich and well off, and so he's a rich boy, and but you know, he's been working hard because his dad and stuff has been putting pressure on him, and so they go away for the weekend, and his friend, who is just Metatron from Supernatural, but really young.
Really? He's in this too, huh? Oh, interesting.
He is.
Man, he was in a bunch of shit in the 1980s. That's Curtis Armstrong. Yes, he is. He's also Snot from.
Yeah, I had to look it up because I recognized his voice, but I didn't recognize his face.
Yeah.
And no, yeah, definitely it was. But he has basically been saying to Cruz, he's like, you know, you need to relax. So the first night that his parents are gone, Cruz's character gets into his parents' liquor cabinet, and then the next morning he does the rock and roll.
Remember when your parents had a liquor cabinet?
Yes, actually.
Oh, so that's so fascinating. So he did this before he did Revenge. This is his first movie.
Tom Cruise, yeah.
No, not just Tom Cruise, but Curtis Armstrong, the guy. Because I was like, I wonder if he did this before he did Revenge of the Nerds, and he did. He did this before Revenge of the Nerds.
Wow, well, there you go.
This is the one movie he did before Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah. So, Tom Cruise's character does rock and roll, but then the next night, Metatron tries to hire him an escort, but accidentally the escort that he orders for Tom Cruise is a cross-dressing man.
Oh no!
So Tom Cruise pays, who I think is Dorothy, pays Dorothy to go away, basically. And Dorothy gives him another number, which is for someone who's more his style, you know, because they're a woman.
This sounds gross.
What?
This movie sounds gross.
It is, especially because he's a high school senior.
Yeah.
I don't care if he is 18 or 17, it still feels weird.
Yeah, this sounds gross. This sounds.
And so he phones the.
I would have not guessed that. I thought this was. Oh no, he phones Jerry Maguire's what I'm thinking of. Sorry.
He phones the call girl who is, I don't think they ever actually directly say her age, but like she's not in high school anymore.
She's a call
which
girl.
Means
she's
like,
not in high school. It becomes weird.
Yeah, And the movie is very much clear she
But
sleeps with him.
this is what I'm talking about though, where I'm like the people are like, oh, we treat teenagers like that, but we don't anymore. Like that, it's really wild. Like there really was this transition of like me and you in 2026 are like, he's a child and this is fucking weird. Like that's where we're at.
Yeah, but
right?
it's just the way. Yeah,
We're here being
but
like,
also that's where like I have the double standard where like if this was a reverse situation where like that was a teenage girl and like the person that she's calling is like a sugar daddy line or something like
it'd
that,
still be weird.
it would well, no, but I'm saying my double stand. Yes, it makes me feel icky in both cases, but my it would make me feel ickier if it was the other way.
I mean, yes, but yes, I do get what you're saying.
But like it makes me feel icky either way is my point.
Yeah, guys have when it comes to this kind of stuff, guys tend to get it put on us where it's like we are allowed to do things that are slightly hinky when it comes to like I don't know how else to put it, but I get what you mean. I get what you mean. It's not intentional; it's societal.
It's a societal thing, but it's like
It's
it's a thing
fucked.
that like
It should be equally
in the
grubby.
back of my brain, it's like, oh yeah, if this happened to a guy or guys, as the case may be, it really is like that South Park scene where you have the red haired detective where he's like where it's like nice.
Yeah, and that's bad. That's
Like,
fucked up.
nice, and that's terrible. That's bad. It's
up.
such a double
That's
standard.
fucked up.
It's exactly the same kind of scenario.
But I don't
but
agree
like
with
an
that.
opposite.
I don't necessarily agree with that because again, and I keep going back to it. People kept saying like he's 19 in that fucking Jennifer Lawrence movie where he's 19 and people are like, oh, he's still a kid. Like it's crazy. We've made this transition where people are saying 19-year-old adults are kids, and like we used to be like
Yeah.
that 17-year-old kid is an adult. Like
Or some of them are like 16-year-old girls in some of the other movies I've seen.
yeah, and we're like that is a literal fucking child.
That's
like,
a child still.
But like yeah,
like,
nowadays people are like, oh, young adult. That makes people cringe, and it's funny because this is the first time you've brought this up. Of the world has changed. Our approach of kids and shit is changed, man.
Yeah.
It's changed.
Just the way that movies in particular treat teenagers is
it's funny
different.
because I watched a few movies about young people. Like in this, I was really glad I got a really wide spectrum of shit from like today, where it was like, yeah, this is what it was like to be like that age in our time period. You know what I mean? And this isn't like that. This is the 1980s. We thought it was okay for a 17-year-old to hook up, and now we're not.
Yeah,
now we're not
it's
okay
sort
with
of
that.
the thing that I've kind of realized when it comes to filmmaking, when it comes to like teenagers, is it's always like 10, 20 years off.
Yeah, it's
So-
really wild. Yeah.
So like if you're watching a thing today, like if you went to a theater today in 2026 and watched a movie where it's about a high schooler, then that's really about a high schooler that's in like 2010.
Yes.
2010,
Absolutely. You're
2000-ish,
completely
like that
accurate.
kind of time period.
Completely
If you go back and watch something from like 2015, then that's really what it was like to be in high school in like between 1995 and 2005.
Yeah, that I completely agree with that.
Because it's less about the actors and like and more about the writers
yes,
and what their experience in high
Completely.
school was like.
completely.
That's what they are drawing on when they are writing things.
Not to jump
and
ahead
it
to
reflects.
not to jump ahead to 8th grade. We're gonna talk about 8th grade, the grade and the movie. But that's written by Bo Burnham, right? And Bo Burnham
Yeah.
is my age. He's the same age as me. So it feels like my high school experience in a movie because it is.
So
Even
So,
though they're 10 years, however many, 15 years younger than me, they're saying shit and talking like I would because it's written. You're right. That's where it is. That's what it
the
is.
writing, that's
Yeah.
what the writing comes from.
Yes.
And it's so like then that's where I say
100%.
that's where I say like I have to look at when I watch these movies. I look at it with that kind of perspective
You
and
have
that
to.
kind of thought process. So like this movie came out in 1983, and I think it's supposed to take place. I don't remember if like what year it is, but like knowing when it came out, like I know that it came out in what did I say 1983. So that means that like when the person was writing it, then their perspective of high school is like what it would have been like in the 60s,
And the thing is, like,
which like a boy sleeping with an older woman.
yeah,
and, like-
not as socially frowned upon as it is now.
Exactly.
Actually, that's kind of a great. I think it's my next one because I think I'm doing Perks of Being a Wallflower next. Yes, that's actually really really auspicious that you said that, because that's going to come back in about 2 minutes.
But yeah, so long story short for this one, the pimp shows up. He's none too pleased with Tom Cruise's character. Tom Cruise lets the prostitute that he slept with, sorry, call girl that he slept with, that like they were developing feelings for each other. He lets her stay at his house another night, as well as her call girl friend, who his call girl the call girlfriend slept with one of his friends, and like they're like, oh, you should introduce us to more of your friends, which is a gross implication because his friends are high schoolers.
Yeah,
Um,
nope.
um, and so then it ends up to a point where his parents' Mercedes or whatever that he had been using to drive around ends up in a river or something like that, and he needs to pay like a lot of money to get it fixed before they come back, which like, hey, that's a hell of a service if you can get that all fixed in like a day.
Right.
But so then he's like, okay, well, what's a fast way? Okay, I'll have a party where you have to pay to enter, and you and your friends can like take a portion of whatever you earn during the night, and the house will take its cut. He he creates a brothel where his high school people and stuff
Yikes.
come
Yikes.
and pay
Yikes.
to,
Yeah, we got that as a comment on when we were talking about 16 Candles and being, oh, this was a list. That movie was on a list of movies that people who were overly sensitive would get offended by, and it was like, it's not wrong to point out that things in the world have changed, and this is what we thought back then. Like, we thought that this was okay back then. That doesn't make it okay. Like,
perspectives change.
and when you're like, oh, that thing was okay back then, that doesn't mean that it's okay now, but you can make that observation. You're allowed to make an observation.
Yes.
Doesn't mean you're automatic. I'm not offended.
Whether it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or 50 years ago, the past is the past, and I can absolutely look back at it and be like,
yikes.
Times have changed.
Yeah.
What used to be okay is no longer okay.
Pretty much.
That's not my call. That's the call that society has made. I'm just along for the fucking ride,
Jordan.
and I'm pointing out a thing that is no longer the way that it was when I was younger.
Do you have anything?
Come at me, bro.
Do you have anything further for Risky
Not
Business?
really. It's risky. I mean, the name is very appropriate.
It's a risky business.
It was a risky business.
It's a risky business. Jordan. Speaking of things that make you uncomfortable. Okay, this one comes with a trigger warning. There's a big thing. That's a big spoiler that gets revealed at the end of this movie. I have to talk about it in order to talk about this movie. It involves uncomfortable topics. I will try to make it as brief as I can, but it is worth talking about. Okay. There's the disclaimer. This is Perks of Being a Wallflower, starring Emma Watson and Logan Lerman and Ezra Miller. It is about a young man who moves to a new school and has to make friends, and he's kind of awkward and uncomfortable, and he seems to be having some sort of PTSD style symptoms. His best friend committed suicide the year before, and he's still dealing with that. And his aunt, whom he was seemingly close with, died on her way to his 7th birthday. And throughout the movie, you keep seeing flashes to him, to her, and her relationship to the main guy. And he, I should say, develops friendships with seniors, step siblings. I forget the character names, but Emma Watson and Adam Driver play step siblings. Adam Driver is gay. He is gay, and he is dating some other. Oh, he's dating young Neil from. Oh my God!
Young Neil, you shall no longer be known as Young Neil. From now on, you shall just
Scott Pilgrim.
be Neil.
The actor who plays young Neil is in this as Chad, and he is in the closet, and him and Ezra Miller are secretly dating until young Neil's dad finds them and nearly beats the crap out of young Neil, and it's bad. And Ezra Miller is really good in this. It made me kind of sad because I was like, oh, it's a shame he wound up being such a sucky person. because like he's really good in this. He's like weirdly charismatic. There's a really funny bit where they are doing Secret Santa, and the main guy receives a bunch of clothes that make him look nice, and they're supposed to guess who the Secret Santa is, and he's like, oh, it's clearly this person, and I'm like, duh, dude, it's Patrick. It's Patrick is the Ezra Miller character. It's clearly Patrick who's bought you this. He's gay, and he cares about your style choices. It's obviously
He's
Patrick.
gay, and he's gay, and it's a cliche for gay people to be great at fashion.
And he is great at fashion. Obviously, it's Patrick, and then it turned out to be Patrick. And then Emma Watson is a girl, plays like she's about to graduate from high school, and she is promiscuous because she was abused as a child.
Awkward. Uncomfortable. Don't like it. No.
And so
stop
she
there. Don't keep going.
Acted out sexually, and she is dating a college guy, and the main guy is into her, but he's too scared to kind of go.
She's dating the douchebag college guy who's definitely cheating on her.
Yeah, how'd you know he was definitely cheating on her?
Because in my earlier movie, the one about cheerleaders, she's dating a guy who has just gone to college and is cheating on her.
Yeah.
So it's bingo, you know?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And yeah, it's basically about him navigating social life with them, and it's kind of not funny, but like it does kind of sort of show you why making friends in high school with seniors as a freshman is difficult, because like they graduate and then next year you got to start over again. You got to start from scratch. You got to rebuild.
Yeah, that's why you got to mix your salad with the croutons. You can't have just the croutons of the older people, because before you know it, they're gone, while the green leafy things that you want to be going away remain forever, and you can't get rid of them.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly. And it's like, oh yeah, I've been not that I've been there.
It's a terrible metaphor, but you get the point.
No, honestly, it's not a bad metaphor, because that is kind of what it is. Yeah, it's that is kind of what it's like. He ends up dating one of he winds up friends with their friends group, basically, like really good friends, and he ends up dating one of them, but really isn't into her, but is too nice of a guy to break up with her, and they wind up at a party where he kisses Emma Watson, and it turns into a whole thing. Oh yeah, Emma Watson is all right in this. She has a horrid American accent. It is bad. At one point, she comes in and says like that these two people are shagging, which no American teenager would ever say, unless they were saying it ironically. But even then, no Canadian teenager would ever say that, let alone an American one. And she loses her accent.
They were back behind the thing and they were shagging, they were.
And like she loses her accent like constantly. It's bad. It's not good. So eventually they leave, and I can't remember exactly why, but he ends up having like an emotional breakdown, or he winds up in the mental ward, and they end up pulling apart his backstory, where it turns out that his aunt, we gotta do the hard version, molested him.
Don't like it.
No, and it's a weird turn, and it doesn't come out of nowhere. They very much, throughout the movie, there's lots of points of like, it keeps cutting to her, and she's like touching her leg, touching his leg, I should say, and she's like, ooh, we need to keep this a secret. And it's really obvious something happened, but you're not sure what happened. It's really gross and really uncomfortable, and
not kosher.
I don't know how else to put it. But she's played by the aunt is played by 2.5 Men.
Yes.
You know Rose?
Yes.
The actress who plays Rose? Yeah. She's in this, and she's the aunt. And she's pretty. Like, she's attractive. She's conventionally attractive. And she's really sad because she was abused as a child. To be fair, they kind of do it's because she was abused as a child is the reason why she did this, but she's like recently been broken up with by her husband, or abused by her husband, and she is a conventionally attractive woman who is very charismatic and has a lot of personality. And I don't know how to say I liked that. I liked that she wasn't the typical predator. Like, it wasn't like a creepy uncle.
She was a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yes, yeah. it wasn't like like a creepy uncle or teacher or priest or someone who
Hmm.
looks like they might
It
be.
wasn't conventional.
Yes, it wasn't the conventional idea of a predator, or at least a person's conventional idea of a predator. And I kind of dug that is not the right word, but it made it
He
feel real.
respected the creative choice to go in a direction that moved against what Hollywood would typically do
Yeah.
to portray such a scene.
Exactly. Yes, I enjoyed the subversion of it because it made it feel real.
Is probably the clinical
Yes,
best way of wording
I
it.
like the way you put it. It makes it safer. But because it made it feel like the real world. Like it treats it as appropriately horrifying. And it contrasts nicely to what you said about the South Park episode and the nice, right? Where it's like it's a kind of a similar thing of like and it's really uncomfortable. He's like 7. But it's just kind of like that South Park episode where, what's his face was
With Ike and his teacher.
yeah, right, where like I appreciated that it treats it as appropriately bad and horrifying and awful and psychologically and mentally damaging. Like Emma Watson goes to touch him and he like flinches, and it's like, yeah, that's the appropriate sort of response to having that done to you, and it made it feel real. And it's a harrowing, tragic movie, but it's also a very funny one. And like I said, what's his face? The Flash, Ezra Miller. It made me sad that he turned out to suck because I'm like, he's so charismatic in this, and he has all of his scenes are the best. Like he has all the best scenes in this. I thought Emma Watson was okay. Like this was her big breakout, trying to get away from Harry Potter movie, and I just don't know that. I don't know that this was it. There's a reason why I think Daniel Radcliffe has had more success doing that than she has, certainly. But yeah, her American accent is bad, not very good. Was that it? Was that all the bits? Was that all the important bits?
The bits and pieces?
That was all the bits and pieces. That was the perks of being a
The
wallflower.
bibs and bobs?
I cannot think of anything else I wanted to say about that. Other than, I want one, sorry. It's written and directed by the guy who wrote the book. So it's like, it's based on a book. It's very, do you remember watching it?
Watching.
The Perks of Being a Wallflower. Because were you there?
No?
Because I remember somebody putting it on in our basement in Langley and watching it while I was there. And I remember watching part of it, not all of it, but part of it, like most of it. But
Doesn't sound familiar to me.
I don't remember you being there. But I remember watching it. But I couldn't remember. I thought it was maybe Scott. But then I was like, maybe it was Melissa who made us watch it.
Why would
because that was during that period when Adam was there.
I mean, if I don't think I was there for that.
Oh, I don't remember. I could just picture watching it in our basement in Langley. I know I did. I know I'd seen this before because it's the only reason why I've heard of it. Otherwise, I would have never heard of this. I'd have no reason to watch this. Anyway. That was The Perks of Being a Wallflower. Next.
So I also did a Disney Channel original movie. It's Descendants. I'm struggling to like. I didn't dislike it, but I would have liked to like it more.
It made me think of
It has an interesting concept, like an interesting idea.
The execution
and
leaves something to be desired.
It's just the execution it's very Disney Channel original movie.
It made me think of like whenever I saw clips from it.
And in this instance, in the worst ways.
It made me think of Teen Beach Movie, where I'm like, this is the worst kind of this kind of movie.
Yeah, but it's an interesting concept, and I think there's a version of this which could be better.
Yeah. It never looked. It's one of those like it doesn't. I hate saying it doesn't look good because it's a Disney Channel original movie. There's always a base level of quality.
Right, and so that's where I'm coming in at it from that, and it's like for what it is in terms of costume design. For what it is, I think the costume design is as good as you would get it.
Interesting. So here's my question. Did watching Julia and the Phantoms, a good version of this, make this worse by comparison?
Yes and no. Yes, just because it's a simpler movie, like or a show rather. The Phantoms is it's simpler, so like there's less budget that would need to go towards costume design.
True. True
Um,
enough. True enough.
so
True enough.
it can spend that in other places. Whereas with this one, like you, if you're gonna have the villains, and it is specifically a Disney thing, which it is, then they have to somewhat look like they have to look like a version of the Disney versions of the cartoons,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And there are certain ones here which I think do a better job than others. So like I think that the Maleficent that we get in this
Kristen Chenoweth.
is a like especially for the knowledge that this is a Disney Channel original show, and so the budget's not there. I think she does fairly like she does. That's one of the better costumes.
It's Kristen Chenoweth. She's an icon. She was Glinda in Wicked.
Sure, I'm just talking in terms of costume
I
design.
know, but the costume could have been bad, and she's a shining star. So
But like she's good. I think the Evil Queen is good. I think Jafar's
Okay,
bad.
but like legit, has there ever been an adaptation
And
of
I
the
don't-
Evil
and I
Queen
don't
that
love-
wasn't good?
And I don't love Cruella.
I mean that's fair. Like I'm just saying, Jordan. Like you've got the Once Upon a Time. That's like to me the Rosetta Stone for.
Yeah, but this version is like, and that's kind of the point of these characters, and this is where there are elements of of this which it's a great idea. I just don't love necessarily the character choices that they did.
Yeah, that's valid. That's valid.
But because yeah, there is something fun about seeing like, what if Maleficent had a daughter? What kind of parent? Like not like the Angelina Jolie version, but like Maleficent.
Yeah.
Like, what would she be like as a mother? And
But I
so
just don't
there's
think
something
it's gonna
entertaining
be.
about that.
I just don't think it's gonna be OG Maleficent. Like it's always gonna wind up turning into the Angelina Jolie version because she's the most.
To a degree,
humanized.
sure, but like that's my point more though is like she is
Does she have green face?
her character in this feels like that.
Does she? Have
The
green face?
evil queen feels like a 40-year-old mother version of the character.
I
Like
understand.
they both successfully to me capture what I imagine those characters would be like as parents. Cruella kind of does a little bit, but for me, where I just don't like their portrayal of Jafar. Like
Fair enough.
he's so not what I like. He's
But my
more
thing,
like what
though-
he's more like what I imagine like what a Clayton
Yeah,
would
fair
be
enough.
like,
My thing with that is it sort of is
or maybe not a
dependent
Clayton.
on someone. Now the women it's different, but with the guys like well someone's got to find Jafar attractive and bear his children.
I try not to. I disengage that aspect of it from my mind. Um,
Someone was like, "Ooh, Jafar, let me twirl that
and
that that
I-
little,
I-
little
I-
beard that you have while we make delicate sweet love."
I try. I try to
Just thinking about it.
well, I don't like to because no, if I'm picturing if I'm thinking of the cartoon version in particular, he's insane. What makes you think he would want
Also, like just from a
what makes you think he
continuity-
wouldn't? Let me just put this thought into your head. He used his staff before wishing on the genie to be the most powerful sorcerer in all the land. He used his staff to control the sultan all the time.
No.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, I know.
I don't like that.
That's why I don't.
implication.
That's why I don't want to.
My
think
my
about
version,
that.
it was 100% consensual, and she twirled his beard while they
He's-
made delicate
he's
sweet love.
Evil, Justin. And so that's kind of a big point in this is like the kids have been raised by so the kids are extended. There's a lot in this which I'm like, this is weird. So
But wait, hold on, just time out. Pre or post genie? Is he a post-op genie or a pre-op genie?
so you mean Jafar?
Yeah. He
In
becomes a
this
genie
is
in the
well, in this
Latin-
he's human.
so he's not a genie.
I guess in this version he never found the lamp. I guess I don't know. They don't
So
really,
there's no Aladdin.
we never meet any of the other heroes. The only hero that I was just gonna say. So in this world, all of the original Disney people and all of them were all people. Snow White, all them. And they all unify under a one world government, which is reigned over by Belle and Beast, who Beast is human because he got turned back into human at the end of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But so they are like the king and queen who rule over everything, and they've now had a kid who he's about to turn 16, which for some reason means he's about to be coronated and made king at 16
This
years old.
sounds half thought out.
It is. It feels so.
It sounds like they just were like, we
It
want the
feels like they
villains
had
to be
the
parents,
idea.
but we're not gonna like make sense of how on earth that would even begin to work.
So my thing as I
You're
was
aware that like
watching this,
most of these characters die at the end of their movie, right?
my thing as I was watching this wasn't even so much that. My thing as I was watching this is I was like, this feels like it was supposed to be a show.
For sure it was. I guarantee you it was. I guarantee
Like
you
it doesn't.
For
It
sure
doesn't feel like it's a movie.
Absolutely, it was. Absolutely. And if it had come
'Cause,
out
like-
like even 10 years later, it would have been a Disney Plus show. I guarantee you.
Yeah, it feels
sure.
like it should have been a show where,
For
like,
sure. I
yeah,
can see why you would say
it's
that.
over a long period of time, and like they're slowly learning to become good. Like it feels like a lot of what happens feels like it happens really fast because we
Yeah.
get to the point where 16-year-old man and 16-year-old child is being coronated and made into king.
It's
so
right.
he
It's a
will
Disney
rule
Channel original
everything.
movie. Of course, it feels rushed. That's their like default mode.
My thing though is that 16-year-old and why is he becoming the king at 16 years old? That's weird.
I believe.
Anyways.
I believe they did get coronated that young.
To become king when their parents are still alive?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, if you say so. It
But I
still
could be,
seems
I could
weird
be
to
wrong.
me.
I don't know.
And
Of the details in this that I don't get, that's like on the bottom.
so Maleficent and son of Belle and Beast fall in love. The kids of the bad people make the decision that they want to be good. Also, the
Wait, the 16-year-old kid and 40-year-old Maleficent fall in love?
no, the daughter of Maleficent.
Okay.
But the son of Belle and Beast, when the movie starts, is dating the daughter of Aurora.
All right then.
And so there's all this tension about the fact
this
that
movie doesn't sound very
the
good.
daughter of Maleficent, is
Sure.
ending up with the
Sure.
person that the daughter of Aurora is dating, and it's
Haley is
just
out there shitting her pants because I'm pretty sure she likes these movies, but
It
you're not doing a great job making them sound very
has-
good.
it has a good concept, but its
Is
execution
the music
has
at least good? No, it's also bad.
Eh,
Better
some
than
toast.
Julie and the Phantoms.
Oh no, not even close. It's very Disney Channel original movie feeling.
Yeah, but
Like
some of
that
those are
very-
good.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
Like,
I don't know how to
I'd
word
argue
it
the
any
music in High School
differently.
Musical is mostly good. Mostly good music. Mostly.
I don't know how to articulate it.
I've heard the
That
music from this
feels
music.
like-
It's mostly just a trick. It's mostly just a trick question.
Like that music feels like real music. This feels like artificial music.
I know exactly. I've heard some of the songs, but people love this movie. Like again, there's a reason why
But
they
there
made.
are
I
some
think they made
good songs
4
in
of
there.
them?
Like
There's
I
4 of them.
there's a number of them. I don't know
There's
exactly.
a bunch of them.
I mean, there's also apparently animated short form series.
Of course there is.
So there's Descendant Wicked World. There's a sequel, Descendants 2. There's Descendants 3. There's Descendants: The Rise of the Red. I guess
4.
there's
That's
4.
4. That feels like 4. I knew there's a bunch. Like they're making a new one. The question of whether or not they were gonna make more kind of, I know actually I don't think they're making. Well, I don't, because they asked one of the girls who's in it, and she was like, they don't really want to make it without I'm gonna say the actor's name, but you won't know his name. Cameron Boyce. He was in Jessie, and he was in Grown Ups, and he died really, really young. And they're all like, it was a weird bummer, and they're all really sad. It's part of the reason why they didn't make it Grown Ups 3, because they didn't want to make it without him.
The one that was Jesse, yeah, I'm pretty sure he plays Cameron Boyce. You said, yeah, he's the son of Cruella DeVille.
Oh yeah. They were like, yeah, they didn't want to make another one without him. But then I heard they were making another one without him, so I don't actually know.
It's funny. I recognized him, and I immediately knew he was the kid from Jesse.
Yeah, he died.
Yeah,
Well done.
I don't have anything else to say about this one. It has a good premise,
Yes,
decent premise.
that I will say it was a good concept, not very well executed. Well, then again, they make boring books. So who do we say what's good and bad? Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't necessarily. I wouldn't use the word bad. I use the word not fleshed out,
Yeah.
which is why I say like it feels like this. It feels like each of these movies was a season of television.
Probably, it wouldn't surprise me. Jordan, is that it for the Descendants?
I mean, that is not it. We're probably gonna have to come back to this series.
Oh, we're
at
gonna have to
another
come back to this at least once. Yes, I'm sure.
But that's it for the first one.
Probably an additional 3 times. Okay, Jordan. Okay. So
This is your last rapid fire, right?
it is my last rapid fire. So Jordan, this is 2007. So you all noticed, no doubt, that I am wearing a shirt that says people like you are the reason that people like me need medication. This is the movie Charlie Bartlett. That's what this is. This is Charlie Bartlett. This stars Anthony Yelchin and Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. just showed up in this, and I went, "What the fuck, Robert Downey Jr.? What are you doing in this?" This is and Jordan, it's 2007, so it's pre-Iron Man Robert Downey Jr. Which is why because the funny thing. Okay, so premise, and then we'll get into my history with this and why I'm wearing this shirt. This is about a young man played by Anthony Yelchin, who is Chekhov in Star Trek. Victor to Victor, yeah, that guy.
Victor to Victor.
He's also
I felt offensive.
He's also it's not offensive because he's a fake character. He's not a real person.
Okay, I can get behind
He was
that.
also the lead voice of the Troll Hunters till he died. Then he was replaced.
Oh,
by
is he?
someone else. Yes.
Oh, I did not know that.
And this is he's a young gentleman who goes to a private schools, and he keeps getting kicked out of private schools, and so he winds up in public school, and he is a highly empathetic person and just kind of a generally nice guy. And in order to blend in, and his whole desire is he's like I want to be liked, and every adult he talks to is like that doesn't matter, and he's like it does in high school, and then he's like they can't argue against that. They're like, oh yeah, I guess that is technically true, but he winds up selling he winds up setting up a psychiatry office in a bathroom, and he becomes a in-house psychiatrist for the kids in school, and they come to him and tell him their symptoms, and he goes to his psychiatrist, and his psychiatrist gives him drugs, and he becomes friends with the bully, and they start selling drugs to kids. And it's about him navigating high school while doing that. He has an antagonistic relationship, as it were, with the principal, who is played by Robert Downey Jr. And like I said, this came out in 2007, so he's not really all that famous. He's not Iron Man famous yet, and so I remember the trailers for this, and he wasn't marketed as being in this like at all, or if he was, I certainly didn't recognize him. And he is an alcoholic because his wife cheated on him and left him with his daughter, who is played by Kat Dennings.
Oh yeah, she's also from Marvel,
Yes, it's very strange.
and she was in Two Broke Girls.
Oh, yes, she was also from Marvel. You're right. She's Darcy. Yeah. I completely forgot about that. There's from two so different arms of the MCU. I completely forgot about that. But yes, you are right. And it's weird because this is not the first time.
She's a science. She's a science person's assistant.
Yeah. It's weird because like there's certain actors who like I'm used to them being an adult, and like so like I'm used to Kat Dennings being a sardonic adult in adult movies, adult stuff.
Yeah, I always say it's weird seeing people that you're used to seeing them as old people be young again.
But it's not even
so
just like
whenever I see like Samuel or not Samuel Jackson, Morgan Freeman, for example, and he's like a young person, and it's like you're not supposed to be young. You are eternally the same age, which is early 60s.
But for me, it's even weirder when they're in high school. Like it's different when they're like a young adult version of them. Like that is weird. I will not.
That's weird enough, but yeah,
like
seeing the teenage version.
Yeah,
of
it's
them.
weird for some reason. So she's in this, and her and
Unless you grew up and you knew them as the teenage
Yeah,
version,
exactly.
in which case seeing the teenage version of them feels right.
feels right.
And
Exactly.
seeing them as their current version is weird.
But he winds
I
up with
remember when you were like 16 and you were
yeah,
my age.
yeah, like
you
Dakota
know.
Fanning showed up at something. Was like, I remember when she was in Cat in the Hat and like 7.
Yeah.
But anyway, so her and Charlie Bartlett form a relationship or whatever. He loses his virginity to her. There's a point where they're at a party and they hook up, and he walks out at this massive party. And he's like, I just lost my virginity. It's really weird. It's as weird as it sounds. He's just like it definitely made me go, man, we sure lost something by losing Anton Yelchin. He had such charisma. He was such a likable guy. Like, there's a universe where he's Spider-Man instead of Tom Holland. Like, he's that kind of, like, he could have been Spider-Man. He would have been a fantastic Spider-Man. But this is the shirt. So there's a point in the movie where he's wearing the shirt that says, it's not black though, it's white, but it says, people are like you are the reason people like me need medication. And so to promote the movie, the distributor gave all of us theater employees these shirts and we were allowed to wear them. But we were only allowed to wear them for 5 days, for exactly 5 days, because all of the short people, it would cover up the movie logo. So all you would see is just the people like you are the reason people like me need medication. And customers complained.
That's funny.
And so we were told we had to stop wearing them.
But you got to keep it.
But we got to keep it, yeah. This is the only shirt from work I'll ever wear publicly because I don't find it to be embarrassing because it doesn't have a Simplex logo on it. But yeah. That was funny. It was like the little short Asian girl. It only went up to here and you couldn't see it. It's like some of the reviews, contemporary reviews, did say it does suffer a little bit from total backlash because there's a bit in the middle where the character attempts to kill himself and it gets really dark and really like sappily dramatic, and he decides he's not going to sell drugs to students anymore because he doesn't want to like negatively harm them. And it there's a bit at the end where Kat Denning sings and she's not a very good singer, but you're like, it's like she's not a very good singer, but it's the kind of not a very good singer where you're like, well, she's in high school, so you're like, she has the relative talent of a person who's in high school.
She could go far. Like, she might have potential if she had the right person training her
pretty
voice.
much. Like, she's
stuff.
really
But
flat
like currently,
sounding.
she's in high school and she's unrefined.
Yeah. Like, she's not a bad singer, but she's kind of flat and not very good.
She's got potential.
I don't think it's intentional, but it feels intentional. Where it's like, oh, this feels like a decent. Robert Downey Jr. has a bit where he something happens to him. I think he gets fired because it's discovered. Something happens with Charlie Bartlett where he ends up getting fired. I don't remember exactly what happens, but Charlie Bartlett goes to him to try to convince him to go see the daughter in this play, because the deal is he becomes friends with the whole reason why he becomes a psychiatrist is he's trying to help this one kid who is the one who ends up killing himself. And part of the deal of, I won't, what will make me feel better, basically, is if you let me work on this play that I've been writing, which is basically about being a bullied kid in high school or whatever. And so he goes to convince the dad to go watch it, Robert Downey Jr. And like, he's got a gun and he's shooting this gun, and he's drunk, absolutely plastered. And he goes to grab the gun out of Robert Downey Jr.'s hands, and he dives off of a roof and like clacks his head on a diving board as he hits the water, and Robert Downey Jr. dives in to save him. He's like, never charge after a man after a madman with a gun, understood? And it's quite a good scene, and it's just overall a good movie. I was like, yeah, this character could so easily be awful and just be like if the wrong person's playing him, it doesn't come across as empathetic or nice. It comes across as smug. And Anton Yelchin just has so much charisma, yeah, that you genuinely believe he wants to help these people. Like, there's a bit at the end where he shows up to interview. He's trying to. The dad is like, Robert Downey's freaking out. He's like, you want to talk about it? He's like, no, why would I want to talk about this with you? And so the movie ends with him going off to get an internship at some sort of therapy hospital or whatever. And the guy's like, he's like, I understand on paper I have all these demerits and detention and negative grades and whatever. And the guy picks up the phone and he's like, oh, I'm so stressed out or whatever. And the movie ends with him like, hey, do you want to talk about that? And it's like, again, it's so genuine and it's so sincere. And it's, yeah, absolute loss. This is a really underrated movie that I think not enough people have seen. And it's really cute. And it's really funny. And it came out in 2007. So to a degree, it still feels like what a person in actual high school would go through. My only thing is it does try to make you sympathize with rich people, which is becoming a pet peeve of mine in movies, because he's rich, and his family is rich, and his mom keeps giving him a revolving door of therapists, and is like all of it solves all of his problems by just throwing money at it, and he won't go to see his dad's in prison, and he refuses to go see his dad, and you find out that his dad is in prison for tax evasion, and
rich people jail.
Yeah, pretty well. And he refuses to go visit the dad in jail because he's embarrassed that his dad's in jail. And Robert Downey Jr. at a point is like, all he did was tax evasion. Is that really that big a deal? And you're like, oh, right, because rich people wrote this, and obviously they wouldn't think tax. You know what I mean? Like, I obviously don't think that is that big a deal. But obviously, of course, the Hollywood movie is going to make excuses for white collar crime, because of course it is, right? Because
because most of them are doing it. So.
Most of them are doing it, exactly. So of course it's going to make fucking excuses for that, and that kind of made me roll my eyes a little bit, where I was like, yeah, he's a rich white guy. Like, it's another one of those, oh, pity the poor rich white guy living in his ivory tower looking down at the rest of us. Like, no, I don't feel bad for you. I'm sorry. Anyway, that's Charlie Bartlett. Charlie Bartlett. Charlie.
So, my last rapid fire, we're going to keep rapid. Once upon a time, I talked about a remake of this movie. That movie is called Footloose.
Is this better than the remake? Interesting.
So
interesting.
What
That's
I'll
the question
say,
I want answered. Is it better than the remake? Because I've never seen this. Legit, I've never seen it.
What I will say.
Oh, sorry, John. You should say what the movie is first before we.
It's Footloose.
It's Footloose.
Footloose is the movie.
It's Footloose.
So what I will say is the remake is actually more accurate than I would have thought.
Really?
So I mean, it gets
the girl unreasonably hot.
In the same way that she is in that one.
See, I don't know. I think Julianne Hough is like way hotter.
I don't know. She is in an 80s sort of way.
I'm just kidding.
But that's kind of so that's where for me that's where it begins and ends though. My problem with the remake was always because it was portrayed to be in a at the time fairly modern time frame.
Yeah, in the 80s, this is believable in the 1980s. I do get what you mean by that. Yes.
Whereas, in the time frame that the remake takes place,
the internet exists in that movie. Like, come on, I know exactly what you mean.
It feels way more unreasonable than it does in this movie. Whereas in this movie, it's supposed to take place mid 80s, and it's absolutely believable that in a rural, backwater town that this is how they would act.
Draconic government overreach was just way more possible in the 1970s and 80s than it is now. It's just let's say it's not possible. It's just the internet. And so, people tend to forget that the internet exists.
Yeah, and so all of the issues that I kind of have with the remake, I don't have with this one because they make sense in the world that they live in, whereas it doesn't for me make sense in the modern one.
That's completely valid. I think that's valid. I think some movies they don't. But I mean a draconic, religiously motivated government. I mean, come on, that is still applicable. I don't know. I don't know if there is a way to tell. I don't think. Look, the basic premise of a religiously motivated group of people trying to control the youth, I think that's timeless. I do think that's timeless.
Yes, I do. But for me. The distinction of between the two time periods in my eyes, and the reason I think, and I was never able to articulate this in the past, but we'll give it another try. But I think the distinction for me is in a modern sense, like a modern day. Yes, there being a town where there is a old are like an old ass group of people who are running it and are in power, and
You would be like, shut up! Don't tell me what to do. Basically, is what you're
there's
about
that
to
like
say.
there's that. But I think in a world, in a realistic world like that, you would have a much more vocal group of malcontenters.
Yeah,
And so, like, it wouldn't
true.
be like he came into town and was the one person who was brave enough to stand against it. Like, no, there would be more of the town that was already doing that, and he just came and joined in.
Yeah,
Whereas in
that's
the
not true.
1980s or whatever, whenever the original is supposed to take place, no, I think it's much more believable in that one that like he is the one person who would stand up against
Well,
all of the rest of
I mean,
them.
there's so much like 1980, like obviously Red Panic, Red Scare, hyper. I mean, it is now, but like hyper religiousness, as a means to fight communism. You got to remember this during the Cold War, right? So like, yeah, having a town that is trying to restrict that kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
Hanky panky.
No, not yeah, hanky panky, but rebelliousness, I guess, what they see as being rebellious. Yeah, it makes more sense in the 80s. You're not wrong. I don't disagree with
Social
that.
disruption, I think, is what
Yeah,
they would call it,
maybe.
or
But like,
social disorder.
I don't think like maybe a whole town maybe doesn't work. But like, I don't think like a teacher being like no dancing. Yeah,
No, that's timeless. But my point isn't so much like there being, yeah, like I said in the remake, there being the council, which is a bunch of stodgy old people
yeah,
who don't want things to change. That's timeless, and that's absolutely. But what I'm saying is what doesn't work for me in the remake, which does work for me here, and has everything to do with the difference in when it takes place, is in the remake. I would expect there to be more pushback from the town.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
And if it was in a real world scenario,
Well, that's
I
where
would
I'm
expect
like
there to be more. But like
a
in
modern.
the original version, I wouldn't
Yeah,
necessarily,
in a
and it
modern
works better
version,
for me.
I would say probably rather than a whole town, if you reduced it to it just being the school, then I think maybe that makes more sense. But you're right, and then you have some of the parents dissenting. But in the 80s, yes, lack of dissent was just that was a thing back then. Like they,
Yeah, no, that's why I say it absolutely it works for
especially in
me.
rural America,
It works for
especially.
me more in the original than it does in the remake,
Yeah,
and that has everything to do with when it takes place.
well, yeah, there was a difference between because yeah, this takes place it takes place in like a rural town, whatever, small
They
town.
both technically do.
There would have been a stark difference. Yeah, but it's a rural town in 2011. 2011, I think, is when that movie came out. The internet still exists, whereas this
Well, that's
like
why I'm saying, yeah, it's very different.
the cultural difference between the rural people living in the countryside and people living in the city was much more distinct
Like
back in
there's
the
a whole
day.
point in this where the new kid
He's a
who is
city
played
boy.
by
That's the idea.
Kevin Bacon, where Kevin Bacon goes up against like he's racing like their jock or whatever, or their cool kid or whatever. I don't remember the exact context of why, but like they then have this race where they're both on like what are they called, ditch diggers or tractors or whatever, where it's got the plow in the front that you can raise and lower,
Oh,
and like they're playing
excavator.
chicken.
Excavator.
Yeah, I guess. And they're playing chicken basically,
Yeah.
where like you drive towards the other and whoever stops first loses, and it's playing Danger Zone as they're driving
Really?
towards each other. Yeah, and
Really?
so yeah,
Huh.
um, and because I mean, Footloose is Kenny
No,
Loggins.
I know. I just because wasn't Danger Zone written for Top Gun? We gotta talk. Hold on.
It
Keep
might have
talking.
been written for Top Gun, but it was also in this.
Hold on.
Um, but yeah, no, and so it's just yeah, it's a fascinating example of yeah for me when the movie takes
Yeah.
place and the time frame of the movie absolutely changes some of the context,
We got the Footloose
and
on
it
the
just
list.
makes this one stronger as a result.
Did you say that? Did you say that Danger Zone was? You said that Danger Zone was in this.
Yeah, or
Interesting.
no, not Danger Zone, sorry, I'm mixing up my songs. um
Footloose.
yes, that, but no, that's not what I'm talking of. When they were on the things riding towards each other, it's the one from Short Circuit.
One from Short Circuit.
It's also in Shrek 2. I need a
Oh,
hero.
Bonnie Tyler.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was gonna be like, wait, but if this says
No,
Danger
yeah,
Zone
I'm
came out
not.
in
I'm
1986,
absolutely
that doesn't
mixing
add
up.
up.
I'm absolutely mixing up my
Yeah.
songs.
Kenny Loggins does sing Footloose. That is the song he sings in
Yes,
this. Yes,
yes, he does.
yes.
Um, but yeah, no. Ultimately, that's what I would say is
See, the
that
most mind-blowing thing about Footloose was that it
it
wasn't
being
a musical.
a time. Well, it is. It is now.
Is
They
is
made it. They made it. They made it into one.
did they make it into an actual musical? Huh.
Hold on, there's a section here where it says musical adaptation. 1998, a musical version of Footloose premiered.
Huh.
It featured many of the songs from the film. It was on London's West End and on Broadway and elsewhere.
Oh, interesting. Because I always thought Footloose was a musical, and then it blew my mind when I found out it wasn't a
Generally
musical.
faithful to the film. There's some slight differences to the story and characters.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Jordan.
Makes sense. I could absolutely see it as a musical.
Jordan, do you have anything further that you would like to say about
No,
Footloose?
it's pretty. I mean, again,
So
the remake's
better than
fairly
the
accurate.
remake. Better than the remake.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I would say so, and that's just because of timing.
Yeah, no, that's it. I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting you to say that it was better than the remake. But you're not the first person to say it's better than the remake, so it doesn't really surprise me. It's just surprising to hear you say it.
I think they're of relative quality. It's just all of the issues, all of the big issues that I had with the remake, I don't have with this one because of what time period it takes
That's
place.
very valid. Very, very valid. Okay, Jordan. Have scenes. Got to start off those have scenes. Now, Jordan, you may be familiar. You may, no doubt, be familiar with a movie called Scary Movie.
Yes, I think I talked about it on here.
Now, what you don't know about Scary Movies, everyone seems to think that Scary Movie is like the main one of those kinds of movies. Like, it's the main franchise, and it is kind of the one that started this genre of movie. But the idea behind these movies was that they were genre parodies. They didn't start out as pop culture parodies, they became pop culture parodies. And so there's a few of these. There's date movie, epic movie, there's disaster movies, and they're all making fun of a particular genre of movie. This is not another teen movie. So this is making fun of teen movies. So like it specifically makes fun of Ferris Bueller at one point, Breakfast Club, all those kinds of movies. And the number one thing.
Yeah, this kind of was in the era of like what I like to call parody garbage.
Yes, absolutely. This is the second one of parody garbage. This is not the Scary Movie is the first one, but this very much came out almost immediately within a couple years afterwards.
Yeah, but it's in that realm where there's a whole bunch
they
of
never I don't think they ever intended to make a bunch of scary movies and try to force pop culture references into that. I think they wanted to do, and so there's a reason these movies died out. There's a reason. I think I said the same thing when we talked about Scary Movie, but it becomes, and I suspect I had this thought when I was watching it. I suspect you probably felt the same way when you were watching Scary Movie, where there's a reason they stopped making these, because they suck and they're bad and they're not good.
Yeah, and culture just changed. The world changed.
The big thing with this, the big issue with this is,
just at a certain point, all I remember about those kinds of movies is it's just a lot of really easy, obvious jokes.
well, no, that's the thing is okay. These movies just devolve to references. They just
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But they're not jokes. They're not jokes. They're references. They're
Well, okay, they call them jokes. Whatever.
Yeah.
You get
So
what I'm saying.
This movie is at its strongest and at its funniest when it's just making fun of the genre. There's scenes in it where it's just like there's a scene where it's, you haven't seen Cruel Intentions, but there's a bit in Cruel Intentions where Sarah Michelle Gellar and Selma Blair make out. There's a scene where they kiss, and it was a big cultural thing for many years. And so there's a scene in this where there's an old lady who is pretending to be a student undercover, and she's like, I'm a virgin, and she's very clearly the character, the Selma Blair character from Cruel Intentions. And there's a scene where they just do the scene from Cruel Intentions, but it's an old woman, and that's the joke. See, you're not laughing because it's not very funny. That's the joke. Like that's it. It's just they're just doing the scene from Cruel Intentions, but she's an old lady, and that's what these movies became. Where it's like, oh, there's Jack Sparrow. That's the joke. And that's what these movies became, and that's why these movies died out. But
the joke is, oh, that's Jack Sparrow, but this isn't a Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
Exactly. And
what are you doing here?
That's what. And so this movie, because they're all parodies of main characters of other movies, when they're just doing scenes from other movies, it's agonizing, and it goes on for fucking ever. And you're like, oh my god, I get it. This isn't funny. But like when they're making fun of the tropes of the genre, then it is funny. Like there's a running bit where there's a character who really wants to start a slow clap, so he keeps trying to start a slow clap at really awkward moments, and it starts out with he's trying to do it at this party, and Melissa Joan Hart, the Spirit of the Teenage Witch, comes out and is like, no, now's not the time. Now's not the time. And he's like, when will it be the time? She's like, you'll know. You'll know when it's the time.
You'll know when it's the time.
And there's a bit later on where the main guy does something embarrassing, and he goes to start to slow clap again, and no one's going for it. And he looks around, and then it gets to the end of the movie, and throughout the movie, and one of the things I like about this movie is it makes fun of John Hughes movies, and it goes out of its way to make this movie came out in 2001, and even in 2001, it was like those John Hughes movies are dated because it just makes fun of those movies, and it's funny when he does. So like one of the characters is the best friend character who just keeps telling the main girl that he's in love with her, just like openly. He's like, I'm in love with you, and she's like, oh you. And at one point he's like, yeah, I'm gonna follow you home, and she's just really creepy, and he like stalks her the whole movie. And he gets to the end of the movie, and he's like, yeah, I'm the guy who she's going to go for because I'm the best friend. And then the main guy is played by Chris Evans. And he's like, but I'm the love interest who starts off as a jerk but learns a lesson by the end of it. And I'm the one who has to learn to be a better person, and then we ultimately fall in love.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like chasing, because at the end of the movie, she's just all of a sudden going to Paris because it's just making fun of those kinds of movies. So he's like running through the airport, and he gets stopped at security because it's pre 9/11. No, I think it might be pre 9/11. But he's like, you have to let me through or whatever. And all the women's like, you go get him, son. All the people. And
that's not how the airport works.
The best friend character comes through, and he tries to make the same speech, and they're all like, some guy already did that. Fuck off. And they all kick the shit out of him. And it comes out, and the girl and the guy, Chris Evans' character, they're kissing, and they're doing the big end of movie kiss. And the guy's like, now's the time. Now's the time to do this. And he goes to start slow clapping. And the best friend character bursts out and steals his moment. And the guy's like, come on! It's so fucking funny. Or there's the bit at the end where he's met her at the airport to try and stop her from going to Paris. And he's like, I love you more than anything, more than life itself, or whatever. And it pans over, and it's Molly Ringwald. Molly Ringwald is it? Molly Ringwald is the girl from 16 Candles. Yeah. She's there, and he's clearly full of shit. Like he's just a pretty boy. Like don't just be honest about what you want. And he's like, okay, well, we're going to wind up together, and then I'm going to, because I'm a senior and you're a sophomore, I'm going to go to college, and I'm going to inevitably cheat on you. And basically he gives her this speech that Miles Teller gives the girl from Whiplash, where he's like, and inevitably I'm going to cheat on you and then grow to resent you, and then we're just going to break up anyway, so there's no real point in us getting together. And then she's like, oh, good enough for me. And then pans to Molly Ringwald, and she's like, fucking teenage boys. And it's like, that's funny because it's Molly Ringwald, and she's pointing out how all of her movies are shit. And it's like, yeah, that's fucking funny. That's so funny. But it's like when there's another moment when it's just like he's just doing the bit from the Breakfast Club where he's like, eat my shorts. You're like, yeah, that's not. It's just you're just doing the scene from another movie. So it's like, yeah, these movies have the potential to be really, really funny when it's more like Blazing Saddles or like Spaceballs, where it's like making fun of the genre and it's satire as opposed to just being a
direct reference
to a thing. Yeah, you're like, because there's so many. There's so many moments in it where it was like I don't know what they're referencing. Like this was clearly
means nothing to me.
Yeah, this was very clearly a very popular movie in 1999, 2000, but it's nothing. It means nothing to me. And those are the least funny. And that's what this franchise, that's what these movies became. That's what Meet the Spartans is. That's what fucking disaster movie is, where it's like, yeah, there's a song, there's a musical number in this that's genuinely funny. Oh yeah, that was it. That was the other bit, is There's three teenage characters, and one of them is a Japanese kid. He's Japanese, but he's clearly just a white kid with black hair.
That sounds offensive.
And it's just like he's just a character. But him and his friends, they're all trying to lose their virginity before they graduate. And the guy's like, "Dude, we're freshmen," and they're clearly making fun of the guys from American Pie. Like they're clearly parodying the guys from. But it's like they're already comedy characters. So doing a parody of a comedy is like putting a hat on a hat. Doesn't really do it. There's a character who she just walks around topless and she goes, "My breasts are perky, yes?" And she's clearly just a parody of the girl from American Pie, the one who gets naked in that movie.
Nadia.
Yeah, Nadia. Yeah, she's clearly just a parody of Nadia.
She's Nadia.
Yeah. And it's kind of, there's a couple moments like that where it's like they're clearly referencing contemporary comedy movies, and it's like, what's the point in making fun of American Pie? Like, this movie came out like 2 years ago, and this reference will be dated in like 5 years. Like, why? Whereas when you're making fun of the John Hughes movies because those, it's 20 years out, that is timeless. So like, that is funny. Those jokes are funny. Yeah, it's just not a good movie. Not a good movie, and very much made me go, yeah. There's a reason. There's a reason we stopped making these. Like anytime I see anyone do a review of Scary Movie 6 where they act surprised that movie's bad, I'm like, there's a reason we stopped making these because they're not very good movies.
I understand.
That is it. That is not another teen movie.
So, my first have seen, fantastic movie, Excellent Adventure, Bill and Ted's.
Yes, it is.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is most excellent. It's comedy. It's funny. It's Keanu Reeves and that other guy.
Bill Winters.
No, nobody cares. It's Bill. It's Ted.
Bill Winters cares.
Yeah, but nobody of importance it matters. Keanu Reeves is the one who got famous. This movie, I've watched it like a few times, to say the least.
Movie my dad insisted I watch for some reason.
And I'm glad he did because I still laugh at it.
Dad has
it's a tight 90 minutes.
It is a tight 90 minutes.
Budget $10 million, box office $40.5 million. I've watched it like quite a few times, and it still makes me laugh. I quote it as I'm watching it.
Absolutely.
It is absolutely one that I can watch countless times, and it's just a good time.
It is.
George Carlin is fun.
A good time. Yep.
It's dumb, but it's fun, and it's high schoolers.
It's not my favorite one though.
Also, it's
honestly,
weird though for me.
I really do like the second one better. I'm more of a fan of the second one.
I mean, that's fair. But I couldn't pick that one because I think they're graduated in that one.
I think so.
My thing with this one, and this has always been the only part of it that kind of pulls me out, is I'm like, I don't know a high school class in the world where you perform your final project on stage in front of what appears to be like the entire school.
Yeah, it's a little strange. Yeah, we have to do my history report as a presentation with
like a show,
lights and smoke effects
for the school. Like it never made sense to me. But hey, I didn't go to America in the 90s, so maybe they did that
80s
in America.
Isn't this the 80s? Pretty sure this is the 80s.
This came out in 1989.
Yeah, the 80s. So the 80s.
1989.
That would be the 80s.
I mean, it's more the 90s than it is the 80s.
It's 89. Still the 80s.
I mean, yeah, well, I mean, that's when it came out, but I don't know what time it takes place in the movie.
I mean, I would assume the 80s.
I wouldn't.
Considering it came out in 1989.
I would consider the 90s.
That is not the 90s.
No, I'm saying I would think that's when the movie takes place, but it doesn't actually say, so it doesn't matter. Anyways, I like this movie. It's good.
It is good. It is good. It is good. Piggy, piggy, piggy. Piggy, piggy.
Although it does raise, now that you're mentioning the time travel aspect of it, it does make me want to just, dissect how it works, because like, so he pulls them out of time, but like time doesn't seem to be affected by the fact that these people are no longer there and
Yeah.
does not destroy their present. So do these famous people now remember this happened when they go back? Because if so, Napoleon would have built like water slides and
Jordan,
things like that.
it's clearly the Endgame style, where them traveling to this time now creates a separate timeline.
For
So
each of those people that go back.
exactly, there
Okay,
it doesn't change the past; it only affects their future.
I can get behind that. Yeah, that's Bill and Ted. I like it.
Bill and Ted. What is there to say about Bill and Ted beyond the fact that it is excellent?
It's most excellent.
It's most
It's
excellent.
an excellent it's an excellent adventure.
It's an excellent adventure. Probably top 5 Keanu Reeves movies.
Well, yeah, it's up there for sure.
Top 5. Top 5. Jordan.
It might be number one.
Jordan, is that it for Bill and Ted?
I already said it was.
All right, Jordan. My next one is a movie called Eighth Grade, which in that movie they say
This
that
is
she-
that there Bill Burnham one that you mentioned before.
Yeah. See, it's in this movie. It says that she's in middle school, but middle school is imaginary and fake. So she's in high school.
What is middle
'Cause
school?
we were in elementary school till grade 7, and we went to high school at grade 8. So middle school therefore is fake and not real.
What is middle school?
But so this movie is about I want to get the character's name right. Hold on.
I've never. What is middle school?
You know what middle school is?
I didn't go to a middle school.
Middle school is 6.
I don't know what year. I know that it's like it's an in between year thing, but I'm just like, I'm literally, what years is middle school?
I believe it's.
I genuinely do not know.
I believe it's 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, depending on where you are, or it's 7th and 8th
Okay.
grade.
Because yeah, for me, I went to elementary until I was in 7th grade, and then the rest was just high school.
Back in the day, in Richmond, Mick Roberts was a middle school, and McNair was a high school. So I think you went. I think it depends on where you are, where you live, but I think it was 8, 9, and 10, and then high school was 11 and 12.
All right, audience, tell us what
Yeah,
your school experience was like.
Did you go to
Did you
middle
go to
school?
middle school? What years were they?
Anyway, so this is 8th grade, starring Esley Fisher, and directed and written by Bo Burnham, of internet fame. Bo Burnham, one of the guys I respect quite a deal, creative artist I respect a great deal. He's never made a creative piece that I did not like. But this is basically about 8th grader Kayla, who she is about to go to high school. So she's about to graduate middle school and about to go to high school. And it's about her navigating that social transition. She's 13 and is very awkward. She has a lot of social anxiety and has trouble talking to people and making friends. But in her spare time, she makes YouTube videos where she is very confident and very articulate, giving advice to kids on how to navigate through life and be better and whatever. But she has troubles applying that to the real world, which is obviously not at all relatable to me and Jordan.
I wonder where Bill Burnham got his inspiration from. You
Right?
know, yeah. Who could say, really?
But it's just a series of events. It's one of the most uncomfortable movies I've ever watched, but it's uncomfortable in that it makes you feel like you're a high school student again. It makes you understand that period
Remember.
of time. Yeah, and like more than I've watched so many high school movies at this point, not including the ones I watched this week. And this one the most is what it felt like to be in high school when I was a kid. Like, there's a point in this where she's trying to have not to a degree. There's parts in this that I went, okay, no, I obviously didn't experience that to the degree that she is. But there's a point where she's like trying to have a conversation with someone, and the girls can't look up from their phone long enough to bully her. Like, they can't engage with her long enough because they're so pulled off by their phone. One of the more
That wasn't quite my experience.
We were just there at the end, the beginning of text messaging. It was kind of and the
Yeah.
iPhone. Like if Facebook was a thing when we graduated, so there was still the pull of social media, but not like so much of this movie is like she has all the confidence in the world on the internet. Like it shows her like interacting with Instagram and Snapchat and all these people on the internet, and she has all this confidence on the internet. But the minute she goes in the real world, it all evaporates.
Yeah, we
And
were kind of just getting that stuff when I left high
pretty
school.
much, yeah. Um, and she goes on this kind of like this you go to high school mentorship program where you make friends or you make a friend with one of the older high school students and they show you around high school and show you what's up. We went through a similar thing, and she winds up connecting with one of the girls in the program. And again, trigger warning, this is gonna be kind of an upset, but she winds up hanging out with them at the mall, and it was just this very relatable scenario of she's been invited by a friend to hang out with a third group of friends who she doesn't know, and she's trying to like engage and like laugh and play along, but she doesn't know these people. Like she's at this party because she's just been invited along as a sort of an afterthought, and I'm like I've been there so many times. Or like there's a scene early on where she gets invited to this pool party, and there's an element of it that is not relatable because the mom clearly only does it because she wants to fuck Kayla's dad. But anyway, she gets invited to this party that there's a person who she only got invited because that person's mom or dad invited you to it, and you get stuck going to it even though you don't want to, and you have to somehow fit
You
in.
dragged to it,
Yeah,
yeah.
we've all been like I'll never forget there was a party I went to at the end of high school that my mom insisted I go to that ended with a guy kicking out a friend of mine and screaming at him. And after that, I wouldn't do any more of those kind of events. But like it was just very relatable. But anyway, so they're driving her home, and the guy drops the friend off first and gets Kayla in the car alone. And earlier in the movie, while trying to impress a guy, she's like, "Oh yeah, I give blowjobs. I give blowjobs all the time," not clearly knowing what they are. And then it cuts to her, a scene of her looking up, and she's like, "Ow, gross, no." And so he gets her in the car, and he's like, it's this really uncomfortable scene of him like, "You want to play truth or dare?" And he like ends up taking off his shirt and propositions her into, and she's 13,
Yeah.
and it's really it goes on for this movie expertly is uncomfortable, but most of the scenes don't go on for too long. They end just at the moment of peak discomfort and then move on, and it's really expert in that way. And then that scene goes on for longer because it's extra uncomfortable, of him trying to get her to touch his wang essentially, and she refuses. She's out and out like, and that's the difference between a movie written by someone our age versus a movie from like the 1970s or 80s. That transition we were talking about is so present here, where she's like, no, and he gets mad and he does that. I just wanted to, teach you, and like now you're gonna wind up in a bedroom with some boy, and he's not gonna like you because you didn't do it properly. Don't you want people to like you? Don't you want to do it properly? Yeah, and she's like in tears and crying and whatever, and yeah, it creates that discomfort, but it doesn't go too far, and I really appreciate that. It's really, really good. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for. Oh yeah, the most depressing bit in the movie is when they're doing active shooter drills. There's a bit where they're doing, what an active shooter drill is?
I assume it's to practice for when the high school murderers come in shooting people up.
Yeah, and
it's sad that they have.
It's
to
such
have
a transition
that.
They're treating
equivalent of an earthquake drill.
Yes, or a fire drill. They're treating it like it's an earthquake or a fire drill, and it's got that level of the desensitization or dehumanization.
Disassociation.
Thank you. Where you're like, this is just such a part of school existence.
Which is sad.
Which is so fucking sad. It's so sad.
That really is a thing that that shows its Americanism.
Right. right? But my thing was like when I was watching this, I was like, yes, this is how we talked when I was in high school, and this made me go like, whenever I say this doesn't feel like high school to me, or this doesn't feel like what high school is to me, this does exactly feel like what high school was like to me. The way the characters in this talk, the way the kids in this talk, they sounded like regular 13 and 14-year-olds, where like you have a little bit of knowledge but not a ton of knowledge, but you know some stuff but not everything, and that's going to come back at least one more time before the end of today. And like I really appreciated it. And yeah, I think it is a really great movie. For like, apparently it got rated R for some reason, and so kids couldn't go watch it, so apparently in order to allow kids that age to watch it, they did a bunch of free screenings. And I do think it's a great movie for adolescents, like people, and it's the kind of one where it ends with her doing a time capsule to her at the end of college, or end of high school. And I would love to see a sequel to this. I would love to see 12th grade. And I think, because this came out in 2018, I think had COVID not happened, COVID fucked up so much, I think 12th grade would have happened. I would have loved to see a sequel to this, of her at the end of high school, see where she's at, see who she is, see who she's become, how she's changed. Is she still doing YouTube? Did she commit to that?
Now they need to have, however many years later, they have the sequel film where now she's the teacher.
That would also be good. I would love that too. I think Bo Burnham is a good filmmaker. I really do, and I do think that. I don't know why he didn't make more movies. Like, he should have. He definitely had something to say here that was worthwhile and interesting to say, and it's a good movie, and it's that's right. That's me trying to stall. Final thing I liked about it. It's all from one of the cinematography things. I always love shouting out excellent cinematography, and one of the cinematography things I love is it's always told from Kayla's perspective. So whenever you see an adult, it's always shown from her perspective. So it's not quite Peanuts level of not seeing the adults' faces, but like there's points where like you see her face and like the adult, its face is obscured. So like the mom who invites her to the pool party, you don't see her face at first because it's all about Kayla's anxiety. Or like when it's the guy trying to proposition her, it's from the waist down and his face is blurred because she's so intensely feeling that anxiety, and it's so well represented. Her awkwardness is so well. I love how he doesn't make her look. There's no real. He doesn't de-emphasize her physical flaws. So like, you know, other filmmakers in the 1980s or 90s or whatever would have covered up her acne with makeup. He doesn't.
Yeah.
It's the focus of a lot of shots of her makeup.
She looks human.
She looks like a girl who's 13, and I like the idea that being like this because it's written by a guy. This easily could have been a boy character, and I like that these themes of adolescence, of being awkward, of like having awkward sexual questions, is not gender specific. We all have them. Boy, girl, doesn't matter. We all have them, and I like that. I like that she's just as awkward as a boy would be, in largely the same ways, because at that age it's all the same. Yeah. Really exceptionally well made movie that obviously was critically praised and made a bunch of money. Another good thing to come out of this is the girl who plays the main girl. She did an episode of the 10-minute Power Hour, and it's honestly pretty funny.
When worlds collide.
But yeah. If you don't like feeling uncomfortable, this might not be for you. But like, but it's the kind of uncomfortable where you're like, I should be feeling this. Like when I was 13, I felt this. Like it brought me back to that age, and in both a negative and positive way. It makes you confront how you felt back then, and I think a good movie does that. It makes you feel things. So yeah, 8th grade. That's 8th grade. Trucking right along, Jordan.
My second half scene is Mean Girls. We've talked about Mean Girls before, I think. Yes, and if we have, and this becomes a video, then future Justin can cut in what was previously said here.
I don't know if I will. I've got enough material, but that's nice to have that moment there. That brief moment to cut that in. Certainly, that's where the trailer would go,
Yeah. I like this movie. It was written by Tina Fey, and it absolutely feels like a Tina Fey affair.
Yeah. All the characters in this are blithering morons. Just
including the smart one who dumbs herself down and becomes a blithering moron.
Right. All the women characters don't talk like women don't. This is the one where I'm like, I went to high school in 2004. That's not what high school is like.
No, this feels like it's being written by TFA, and this is what high school was like when she was in high school.
Right. Because like, yeah, the same thing here, where the remake of this, the musical remake, is a bit more like, oh yeah, this is a bit. But even then, that was like this wasn't what high school was like.
This very much feels like a caricature of what high school is.
Like a thing I discovered about movies about high school. Have we encountered this yet? I hate it when people make musical theater seem like they're uncool. This is one of those ones where it tries to make musical theater students out to be uncool, and you're like, musical theater's cool, bro.
This one's not musical theaters. It's a math club.
Maybe not then. But I will. What was my bit about this? Beyond the fact that it's dated. I remember thinking it was dated. Him dating the Asian girls is weird.
Oh no, that's not weird, Justin. That's a crime.
It's weird and a crime. No, I mean in movie terms it's weird. In real life it's a crime.
Yeah.
It makes the movie.
A lot of if I had a quarter for every one of these movies where a fully grown man sleeps with a high school girl, I'd have like 3 quarters, which isn't a lot, but like
but it's too many.
It's too many.
It's too many quarters. You know? There shouldn't be a single quarter. There's too many quarters.
Yeah.
Just remember, Jordan, the age of consent is 16.
I mean, here, I think.
Let's find out what the age of consent in America is.
I don't even know, actually.
Point
being is that it's different in different places, so I have no idea what it is where this movie takes place.
I don't know that I want this in my Google history. What is the age of consent in America? Huh. Wow, apparently it's different depending on where you live in America. So
that's what I'm like. It's different where you are in the world too.
In North Carolina, here in Canada, it's 16. North Carolina, 31 states. North Carolina, New York, it's 16. 8 states, including Texas and Illinois, 17. And then 11 states, it's 18. So California and Florida. Really, the age of consent is 18 in Florida. That felt like a state that it would be 16 because it's Florida. And then the Romeo and Juliet laws. There's a lot of states have Romeo and Juliet laws, which is a real law that exists in America.
That's sad.
Well, it's meant for people like when you're 17 and when you're 18 and you're dating a 17-year-old, or when you're 17, you're dating a 16-year-old, and you turn 18. Those laws exist to prevent you from being arrested. That's why they exist. They're not for weird, creepy 30-year-olds to date 17-year-olds.
Yeah. But I like this movie. Overall.
It's fun. It's still funny. It's one of those ones where like you can't enter into it with it being like this is a poorly aged. You have to be like it's what it is, and But yeah, I mean, at
the time of 2004, it was perfectly funny.
It's always gonna take me back to being 14 and thinking the movie is hilarious and thinking that Lindsay Lohan is hot, and the best scene in the movie is the one where they're walking through the hallway in slow motion, and then she falls in the garbage can.
Oh.
That's the best scene of the movie.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of good scenes. I like the Christmas outfits.
The Christmas outfits where you're like, who okayed this? Who said this was okay? This is not appropriate for a high school production.
I mean, not even just that, but for me, like, Katie's parents showed up for that and like saw her dressed in that, and were like suitably shocked. Like, no, like they appeared shocked, like they were like, "What the hell is she wearing?" Why were you not having a conversation with her at that point? Right.
I just feel like there should have been several teachers who said no to this prior to this.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they apparently do it every year
is equally. Oh yeah, that was the other thing is the fact that she's from Africa. Is completely pointless. Could be cut out and exists purely for one joke.
It exists so that they can be like she was homeschooled for years and not have them be like why.
No, but you could do that.
That's why it exists.
She could just be homeschooled though. Like, she doesn't need to be from Africa.
No, but then if she wasn't homeschooled in Africa, she couldn't have all those callbacks to different wild animals.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It exists for the one scene because it only happens once. The one scene where she sees everyone as fucking animals, and for the one joke at the beginning,
happens twice.
For the one joke at the beginning where she's like Katie, and she turns to the black girl, and she's like, "It's good to have you." He's like, I'm not Katie." It's there for those two jokes. That's it. That's all. It otherwise.
No, so there's also the point where she's like, if this was the jungle, I would know exactly what I would do to Regina, and like she imagines like tackling her and the people in the background doing the
turning into
noises.
animals or whatever. Yeah, it's there for that one joke.
It's there for that too. No, but that's now two jokes that you've said.
Yeah, okay, two jokes.
And so then it's also there for when the burn book is released and all the animals are fighting.
Yeah, it's the same joke.
So that's three jokes.
No, but it's the
there,
same.
It's there for three jokes.
No, but it's the one in the hallway is the same one as the one in the cafeteria. It's the same joke. It's like, okay, three jokes. Okay, I'll be generous. Three jokes. It otherwise does not impact anything, and you can completely cut it out. It's there for three racist jokes, and that's it. Just like how in the in the remake, she could be a person of color, and it wouldn't change the plot of that whatsoever. I'm not wrong.
Sure.
I'm not wrong.
I don't really have any thoughts or opinion on that. Yeah, I like this movie. It's fine. For the time, it was good. It had a budget of somewhere between 17 to 18 million dollars, and its box office. What?
18 milli.
And its box office was 130.1 million.
130.1 milli.
Oh, apparently, never mind. Apparently, there was one. I was gonna say I'm surprised they never made a Mean Girls 2, which there was on ABC Family.
It has very little to do with the first one.
Anyways,
I can't remember. I think one of the characters comes back, and I can't remember who.
It's not important.
It's not. It's none of. Hold on, I'm curious now.
It's not important. That's Mean Girls. It was fine.
I'm curious now. Hold on. Oh,
what's
apparently it stars the evil girl from Camp Rock. Hold on, I'm curious now. Oh, apparently it also has the. Oh, that's it. It has the principal. That's the character that comes back. Yes, I've heard it's not very good.
The principal who he broke his wrist during production. And so he's wearing a cast in the last scene or whatever.
Yeah.
And they explain it in movie by saying that he has like carpal tunnel syndrome or something.
And then because in the remake, the musical, he has it because it's a reference to this for no reason, and they never explain it. There's no explanation given for why he has it. It's just a reference to this. All right, okay. My first have not seen, Jordan. So I did want to watch this. Like, I saw the trailer for this and I didn't want to watch it. And then Jake posted the video where he hard recommended it. So I was like, well, okay, like, we gotta check this out. And this is Blockers, which I doubt you've heard of. But it stars Leslie Mann, John Cena, and Ike Barinholtz, whose daughters are all about to graduate high school, and they're all about to go to their prom. And the three of them decide that they make a very American Pie style pact, that they are going to lose their virginity on prom night. And the one girl, she's Claire from Supernatural, the Cass's kid or whatever. She's with her boyfriend, and the one girl picks one random guy. And the other girl seems kind of unsure about it, but she goes up with some random fat guy. And in the meanwhile, Leslie Mann she's a single mom, and she is she's anxious about the girl leaving. And John Cena is an overprotective dad, and then Ike Barinholtz is he's a social pariah, because they all think he's cheated on his wife with the babysitter, and they got divorced as a result from that. So they start off as friends, and they've kind of fallen apart over the years. And they find a text message chain that is basically like, we're gonna fuck on prom night. And
Bow, chicka, bow, chow,
and so
chicka,
the whole
gow, gow. Bow,
the,
chicka, bow, bow.
the movie, the title Blockers, comes from the fact that they set out to cock block the kids, and shenanigans ensue. And what I liked about it is it sounds like it has the potential to be kind of a run-of-the-mill kind of comedy movie, a 2000s kind of. They made these are a dime a dozen kind of comedy movies. But it honestly is really sweet and really cute and really, really good. And it's really funny. It's funny, number one. It's really funny. I don't want to give away the jokes because I think you should watch this just for fun. And it's funny. And how do you give away jokes? But what I liked about it was it's kind of subversive in the sense that, like, Ike Barinholtz shows up and he's the kind of a dirtbag. Like, that's his kind of his character arc, is that he's a dirtbag. Or that you think he's the dirtbag. Like, he's the guy who's like, yeah, we should all party and whatever. And when John Cena and Leslie Mann are like, we need to stop this, basically, that we need to stop the sex from happening, he's like, no, we can't do this. Like, that is just for so many reasons. It's creepy that we're spying on our daughter's private chat. It's bad that we're attempting to block them from doing this. And if we show up at prom, it will, like, humiliate them and destroy them socially. No. And they basically strong arm him into it. And he's like, and besides, I know that my daughter's not gonna do anything because she's gay. Like, she's gay. She's a lesbian. Like, she wouldn't do that. And
She can't get pregnant on prom night.
So her arc throughout the movie is her discovering her sexuality. And there's the bit at
She
the
falls
end
in love with a girl.
where she has a crush on a girl, but she doesn't know how to feel about it. And there's the bit at the end where she winds up in bed with her date. He's kind of like a fat, kind of awkward, socially awkward nerd. And they do the
Otaku?
bit, yeah, pretty well. They wind up in bed together, and he goes to, like, have sex with her, and she's like, I'm not really into this. And he's like, I understand, that's totally valid and fine. And she touches his penis, and he just instantly finishes. He's like, ugh, and he finishes. And he's like, oh my God, this has changed my life. And from that moment, she discovers she's gay. And her and the dad have a really, like, profound and beautiful discussion of her coming out of the closet. And the acting performance was, I keep saying Ike Barinholtz, and you don't know who I'm talking about. He's, what do you know Ike Barinholtz from? You remember Neighbors?
No.
The movie with the Zac Efron movie, Neighbors.
Neighbors. Oh, the Seth Rogen one.
Yeah. You know Seth Rogen's friend in that?
Yes.
That's Ike Barinholtz.
Okay.
I know him. See, for me, he's always going to be the guy, just like Key and Peele, same thing. He's always going to be the guy from Mad TV, who just did sketches on Mad TV. So, like, he also did, like, a slew of, it's kind of funny, actually. He was in almost all of those, like, disaster movies, date movies. He was in all of those. I think he was Leonidas in one of them. Anyway, he's not the kind of actor that you would expect to have range, I guess is the point. And his scenes with the daughter are really beautiful and sweet. And, like, I love a movie where you're like, I don't really see John Cena or Ike Barinholtz as a dad. Like, I'm not seeing it. And then it completely changes you. As you, like Leslie Mann. Do you know Leslie Mann by name, or do I have to give you what I think that she's from that you know? Leslie
Doesn't
Mann.
really matter, does it?
Just because it paints a picture of who she Leslie Mann is. She's the wife of it doesn't matter. I can't think of it. You would know her if you saw her. Is the point?
Probably, but in this context, I don't really. It's fine.
She's the kind of character where, like, you would, or she's the actress where you're pretty used to seeing her as a mom. So seeing her as a mom in this, it's not hard to, like, believe that she would have a teenage daughter, because she does have a teenage daughter. I watched a movie with her. Whereas, like, John Cena and this guy, it's like, yeah, it's nice when they have a nice moment. And you're like, oh yeah, I believe that you could have a teenage daughter. I believe that. It's believable. But yeah, it's a really sweet, cute movie that I think you would like. That's Blockers. I really enjoyed it. I was surprised by how much I liked it. It felt like modern teenagers. Like, these felt like actual teenagers. It's a bit because the narrative is split between the daughter and the parents, it's a little distracted with itself, where like just for like you're starting to just kind of get invested in the story of the daughters. Like, okay, I'm starting to understand them. I'm starting to get involved and invested in their drama. And then it switches over to the parents, and you're like, okay, now and it just kind of is unfocused a little bit. Not to the movie's detriment, just which is the thing I noticed. But yeah, that's it. That is Blockers. That's the end.
So for me, when it comes to a movie, I don't necessarily call them guilty pleasures, but there are certain movies where it's like I'm aware that they're not necessarily, and this I'm burying the lead here, but this isn't necessarily one of those, but it falls into that category of
This
movies
is still
where like
still a have seen. Sorry, my brain. I thought we were on have not seen. Sorry, brain.
no, we are on have not seens.
No, this is a have not seen.
Yeah.
Oh, are you calling Band Slam a guilty pleasure?
I'm saying that it falls into the category of a specific niche of movies for me.
Oh, okay,
it
fair
falls
enough.
into that category, and I'm
Valid.
setting it up, and I'm leading into it, and you're kind of throwing off my groove.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't think you were talking about Band Slam. I thought you were talking about a half scene. Sorry. So I continue.
No, I'm talking about Band Slam.
Continue. Sorry.
This movie came out in 2009, and it falls into a category of movie that I enjoy, but I recognize that like they're not all good movies. And I'm not saying that this is a bad movie, but I'm saying it falls into that category of that kind of movie.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do.
So this movie for me, it falls into the same, and some of those movies I do consider to be guilty pleasures.
Yeah.
But so like for me, this kind of style of movie falls into the same category of movie as like Sydney White or
Easy A. You said
Easy
A.
A.
You said Easy A yesterday.
Or Easy A is another good example. Or the one where she's pretending to be a boy.
Just like a really solid PG drama comedy. I know exactly.
Yeah, from that kind of era.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
like if you want to use a more classic one, it's like an Agent Cody Banks or like a
not quite
Big Fat Liar.
Not quite a G-rated kids movie, but not quite a PG-13 rated adult movie. It's in that weird
like
PG. Yeah, I know
in
exactly.
the middle. It's safe.
Big Fat Liar reminds me of the where it's like it's not quite G-rated and it's not quite PG-13, but it's in that weird valley of being a hard PG, like a hard
I
PG.
think like a younger person could watch this and it's fairly harmless.
Like,
they'd get a good time out of this, but it's also got some depth there.
Yeah, it's got some depth. It's got some dark. It gets dark.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say depth.
Like for me, and you said the same thing to me the other day, where you're like, where you're certainly I had the same sort of theme. This movie is all right. It really is. It's okay, and it's like I'm into this a little bit until Lisa Kudrow cries, and then it becomes phenomenal.
Yeah, well, for me, it's like I said, it falls into that category of the Sydney Whites and all of those ones where it's like I can recognize that for the most part. It's not. I guess the best way to word it is it's not an original movie.
No, God, no. It's taken from so much shit. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, no. And so, it's not an original movie, but it's got stuff in there that I think makes it solid and makes it stand out. And one of those things is Lisa Kudrow is absolutely killing it when she does the speech about why
she's in a completely different movie. She's in a
called Dewey.
Yeah,
and it's a phenomenal speech, and
so good.
It elevates what is otherwise just an okay movie.
It's too good for this movie. It really is. It's from a completely different
elevates.
movie.
Yeah, it really elevates.
You're like,
it.
this is from she's in a completely different movie. But to the movie's benefit, that's
no,
not a negative
I don't
thing.
think she is for most of it. I think she is for that one scene.
Yeah, okay, that's valid. I meant generally she's in a different movie. But yes, valid. Yeah, no, maybe you're right. Up until that point, she's not. She's not. But that
one
much,
scene,
yes.
she flies out of this movie.
But
and
to be
into a different one.
to be fair, so is Ali Michaela when we're
when
spoiling
her dad dies.
When her dad dies, she's in a completely different movie. So like, this movie takes a weird hard turn in the third act to being weird and adult for
kind of dark. Yeah,
like really dark.
Whereas the rest of it, it's just kind of it goes from being High School Musical to like something else.
Yeah, no, like no word of a lie. You're like, okay, yeah, they're practicing with the band. It's like there's all these really protracted long musical numbers that go on for fucking ever. And it's High School Musical,
It becomes easy A.
right? The big climax is that they're gonna do a big band competition at the Battle of the Bands, which is what Band Slam basically is. Like, there's no town in
You mean what
America.
Camp Rock basically is?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no. I meant the competition itself. It's just a battle of the bands, Band Slam. It's just it's just a battle of the bands. Which I don't believe that any American town is entire cultural identity would be devoted to a battle of the bands competition. But I'm willing to suspend my disbelief.
That's not where. Yeah, I can disbelieve for that. It's a movie,
right? I could suspend my disbelief that a high school's entire identity would be tied to one weirdly specific rock band. I could maybe believe
I can suspend my belief on that because I know that there are places, especially in America, where both football and cheerleading are like that.
Valid. That's valid.
So for there to be like a city, and also like glee clubs and stuff like that.
Well, that's the thing that always drove me crazy about Glee. Is as a person who, when I went in high school, the musical theater kids were the coolest kids in school. Like, if you did a musical or you did
Some
a play,
of them were.
It was like, that's the thing that drove me crazy about Glee when I watched it. And they do this excessively, insanely talented. Talent was always respected when I was in high school. So like if a person,
but then maybe it's different in America.
Perhaps it's different in America, but like in Glee, like when they're doing this incredibly expertly crafted and wildly talented musical number on stage in front of a group of people, and they're still getting slushies thrown in their face. I like this movie because this movie doesn't pretend that being talented makes you uncool. It has a realistic
it's one of those
interpretation.
things. It's one of those things where, like, when I was in school, they weren't necessarily like the theater kids and the kids who were in band and stuff like that. They weren't like necessarily all the popular kids.
In my school, they were.
But like neither were the sports kids.
Sports was not a thing in my high school. Like
there was no one group who was like the popular kid because of a thing they did. What made them the quote-unquote popular kid, and it wasn't even that they were popular, that's a misnomer. They were the charismatic kids.
Yes.
They were the kids who liked attention and were not afraid to go looking for attention.
Just happened to translate into doing...
They were charismatic. They just liked doing sports, or they just liked doing
it just translates into them doing theater. Yes, that's how they chose. Yeah, I know
it's
exactly
just
what you mean.
They were charismatic.
Yeah,
that's what made them popular.
Sports didn't make kids cool in my school. Like you weren't cool if you were on the soccer team or on the rugby team. You were cool
if you were charismatic enough to make other kids like you.
Yeah, exactly. What you did was irrelevant. But like, it just drives me crazy in movies and television when it's like, yeah, man, the guy who could sing and dance and is incredibly fucking talented, he's unpopular. Like, no, that's not how the real world works.
No, he wouldn't necessarily be like, oh my god, that's the coolest kid in the... Kids largely, for the most part, kind of just ignore you if you're different.
Right? Exactly. They don't.
But again, maybe America is different.
Oh, in that regard, America is different. Yes, their attitude towards bullying is substantially different than ours. Ours is way more passive aggressive and mean.
Yeah.
Anyway,
ours, I would almost say like Canadian bullies are more catty than they are like bully.
Absolutely. Like when I was a kid, seeing the guy get shoved into a locker was perplexing to me because that just didn't happen to me.
That wouldn't happen, but like,
that wasn't how kids bullied me.
But like they would psychologically go after you and be like, "Oh, you're such a loser," or you're whatever, right? But like, anyways, Band Slam, fun movie. Came out in 2009. Hold on, let me do my spiel. This did not do well.
No, it didn't do well.
Had a budget of 20 million, box office of 12.2 million.
When I watched it, I'm pretty sure I watched it in theaters. I think I was the only one who watched it, which is a shame because it is severely underrated.
It's a good movie.
Kind
of surprises me that it went to theaters.
Yeah, I know, me too. Yeah, this definitely felt like it was a Disney Channel. I maintain the only thing that kept it from being a Disney Channel or a Nickelodeon or one of those TV movies is the weird dark twist of what. Yeah, I maintain. And Jordan, tell me if you agree with this. The kids calling him Dewey is weird and cruel.
Yeah,
like it's
but not unbelievable.
Well, it is to a degree. It is
It
unbelievable
is
to
to
a
a
degree.
degree,
Well, no, okay, I
but-
won't say it's unbelievable. I would say it's too specific. It's too believable. It's actually kind of the opposite, where it's like this feels much like the Romeo and Juliet thing from Transformers. This feels like the guy, because this was written and directed by one guy. It feels like he knew someone who this happened to, or it happened to him, or it happened to a kid in his school, or it's too
It was actually
specific.
co-written.
Regardless, it's too specific of a it's based off of one guy's book, but anyway, it's too specific of a thing to have
Based
happened
on a
to
story
someone.
by one of them. Yeah.
It's too specific of a thing to have happened to you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's really crazy specific. And to me, it's not so much the kids calling him Dewey, which is weird and cruel enough in and of itself. It's the parents and the adults calling him Dewey that weirds me out. Like, the weirdest scene in this movie for me, the ending of this is I maintain is kind of a muddled mess. But one of the weirder scenes is where he's standing on stage about to go on, and the audience is calling him Dewey. And he transitions it to "Do we wanna rock?" because somebody writing it wanted to have that triumphant moment. But you're like, well, that is weird. I don't think. Do they know why they're calling him Dewey? Like, I don't understand. Like,
Most of that audience, no, I don't. I think the point of that is that like one or two people knew because they went to the old school with him and they saw him and they started doing it. And then the rest of the crowd, mob mentality joins in.
they just think it's Dewey, like, Dewey, Dewey.
I don't know.
Like Malcolm in the Middle Dewey,
Sure,
not DUI Dewey.
maybe.
They don't realize it stands for DUI, and it's.
That's certainly possible.
It's just the thing I remember thinking the most is like, yeah, being like,
But no, this why this feels like a Disney movie for me. I mean, it has everything to do with actress choices.
For sure, it's the actor choices.
Two Disney stars. It just makes it feel like a Disney movie.
Absolutely. I will say it did get me a little bit. I don't think I managed to. I don't think I spoiled this when I talked about it last week, but we're gonna spoil it now. When he talks to David Bowie at the end, when David Bowie contacts him.
And I was like, oh my god, he actually responded.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
amazing.
It gets a little hokey when he's like, I was looking for a teen band for my new teen band
Yeah,
label. Like, that's a little hokey, but I don't love the ending. I still don't love the ending of this. I don't like the fact that Ally McKayla doesn't get up and perform. I don't like the fact that Sam the Five is silent, winds up in the band. The fact that she's into music feels really forced, like really forced. I don't normally say that when it comes to movies, but it feels forced. The scene where he goes to her house and he just happens to watch her perform on video, which exists purely to facilitate the ending. Again, feels like it's been put in there in a rewrite, and it feels really jammed in there.
Yeah, it feels like in the first pass they didn't know that it was going to be Vanessa Hudgens. Then Vanessa Hudgens got signed on for it, and they're like, well, we have this Disney singer, we have to find a way to make her sing.
I could believe that. I also think, I don't know.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like to me.
It has the vibe of like they got
in
to
the
it.
first version, the Ally McCullough character comes back and sings. Like that's what it feels like.
It has
to
that
me.
vibe, and like it has the vibe that somebody. The outcome is the same, but it to me it felt more like they went, oh, it feels unearned that she would get up there and have this because of what she did was so horrible. For them to just forgive her would have been too easy, which is why I think a better more compromised outcome would be she should have gone up and sung with the band. Like, not that she replaces Sam the Five is silent, but like they sing together, and that represents their unity as a group and as friends. Like I just think that. I also don't like the fact that she winds up with a boyfriend again at the end. Like that scene feels added in because like otherwise you're like, wait, so he nearly like he did the whole Dewey thing and you all just are gonna forgive him for that? It's like, oh, that's my bad.
At least, I mean, unless I'm not understanding the interpretation. Like, to me, it came across like they were back together. Maybe they weren't. Maybe it was just supposed to be like they were friends now again.
I've had friends like the Ally McKayla character who's just nice to you and you can't figure out why, and you're like, surely there's a motivation behind this. But yeah, but would you agree? Better than it has any right to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's my thing with this movie. Is it's better than it should be, and it's darker than it needs to be. But it wouldn't be.
For me, it really does fall into, like I said, the specific category that I mentioned before, and I like most of those movies.
Let's play. Let's before we move on to my final thing. Let's just play a hypothetical. let's say we cut out Dewey, and we cut out the dad dying, or we severely reduce the dad dying.
Dad didn't die. Dad killed a kid and was in prison.
No. I'm talking Alan McHale's kid. Alan McHale's
Oh.
Dad doesn't. Dad maybe still dies, but it's less emphasized. And we completely get rid of Dewey and the dad and the killing the kid. Does this still work without that darkness? And we make
but then it's a lot more cliche.
Right, because you could still do the
You could,
but it would be way more cliche. That extra dark twist kind of elevates this. It's
Like,
fucked up that I'm saying this, but it does elevate.
for
this
me,
movie.
I think you can cut. Okay, so here's my brutal analysis. I think you could cut the Alan McAlka having her character's dad die completely. I think you can have it be where, because they already introduced the cliche of the douchebag former boyfriend, you could have it be a thing where he comes back and he's like winning her back over, and she leaves their band to go back and be part of his band again, and like she sings that final song with the boyfriend's band.
Honestly, you're right. And it's a big holy shit, she's betrayed us moment. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like you can absolutely
totally
just have that. To me, you can't get rid of Dewey.
Really?
I don't think you can get rid of
But Disney
Dewey.
would never let them do Dewey. Disney would never let it happen. That's the thing that has to go to sell this to Disney. Like, there's no way.
But I don't think there's a way you can do it without it.
I don't disagree with you. I don't think it works without Dewey. Without Dewey.
I think you can get rid of one,
it.
but I don't think you can get rid of the other.
Interesting. I don't.
I think you can maybe. I think you can maybe
right.
like. If you're looking to pitch this to Disney, there are ways to tone it down or to make it less overt while still doing it.
I don't know
but
if there is.
I don't think if that's what you're selling it to for Disney, I think you can get away with it.
Yeah.
Without changing it. I think you can.
I don't.
Mostly because it's it's the equivalent of like you're using your one swear.
Yeah.
It's one scene and the rest of it doesn't really focus on that.
But also, it takes a hard left turn to that in the third act that you could easily. I think you could. But the thing is, I think you could. And I think the movie would be worse off for it, which is why Disney didn't get it. So like, I don't disagree with you that you can't. It makes the movie worse, and I do agree with you that you can cut out the dad dying. That you can cut out easily.
That's my opinion.
But Dewey, you can't.
I don't think you can.
It's like
with
the
Dewey.
emotional core of the movie, right?
It's the gut punch.
Yeah.
Like it's the thing that like it really stinks everything home, and you need it to tie it together.
It's so well foreshadowed.
It's well acted. It's well written. It's well foreshadowed.
It's
like
excellently foreshadowed throughout that movie. I'm not in disagreement. Anyway, do you have anything further you'd like to say about Band Slam?
No, it's good. It's a good movie.
It's good. Y'all should check it out. It really is underrated. Not enough people have seen it, I think.
Yeah. It's on Tubi.
It's also the only. Truth be told, it's the only reason why I like that song. I Want You to Want Me, and I had this movie's version of it in my playlist for years because I like it better than the original. There's a full version of it on the soundtrack. It's honestly pretty good. There's a reason why Ali and AJ have several albums.
Yeah, they're well-known singers.
He's a very, very talented singer. Yeah, Vanessa Hudgens. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't love her in this. I really don't. But anyway,
I'm indifferent. I just don't understand why her character is named SA5M.
Sam the 5 is silent, Jordan? That's what her name is.
I don't get it.
It's because she's quirky.
Explanation.
It's quirky. That's why. Because she's quirky.
Sure, we'll go with that. Anyway, what's your thingamajigger?
Yeehaw. My final movie of the week, Jordan, is it's just funny. I thought I was gonna have to come on here, Jordan, and be like, I fucked up. I made a mistake. I thought that this movie was a movie about high school kids, and I was wrong. It's a movie about middle school kids. But there's 2 girls in this movie that are in high school. So it counts!
Go on!
This is okay. Okay, this is a movie about 3, I want to say they're 12. They're in 6th grade. And they're about to go into 7th grade. And they are concerned with the one thing I like about this movie is it's an R-rated comedy, so lots of swears, lots of cursing, lots of nudity, and it's.
Does this movie have a name?
Good Boy, Good Boys,
Good Boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the big part about the marketing for it was, they did a trailer where Seth Rogen came out and he was like, so we're gonna play the trailer for your guys' new movie, Good Boys, but none of you can watch it. None of you can watch the movie you're in because it's rated 17 plus. It's R rated. So you're all in like 9 and 10, so you can't watch it. But we're gonna play it anyway. And it's very similar to Superbad, where it doesn't really have a plot so much as it's a like an and then kind of movie. So and then the characters do this, and then so it starts off with you meet the 3 kids. There's a black kid named Lucas. I can't remember what the other 2 kids' names are. It doesn't matter. And the one kid is really into singing. He loves singing. He's a very talented singer, like a legit talented singer. And the other kid is just kind of starting to discover girls. And what I liked about it was, it's like you said, because it came out in 2018 and it's written by people who are seemingly our age, they feel like actual legit kids. Where like they're cursing and they're talking about sex and drugs in a way that we did
nostalgic.
Well, that we did when we were that age. Like I remember being in 6th grade, and yeah, it was it's disingenuous to be like 6th graders don't say the F word. 6th graders, we did.
Oh, they absolutely
That's the age that we learn the F word. Yeah, that's where you learn how to curse. That's where you learn, and that's kind of what this movie is. Where like they have a little bit of knowledge of the world, but they don't have a ton of knowledge in the world. So like, there's a point where the kid's like, yeah, man, such and such, he blowjobbed his sister. And you're like, what? No, that's weird. He's like, no, he blowjobbed his sister's friend. It's like, I don't think that word means what you think it does. Those kind of jokes. But they wind up hanging out with the cool kids who all are drinking beer. They bust out a beer, and the challenge is like, you have to break the record. 3 sips. And he tries to drink it, and he can't drink it. And they call him Sippy Cup, and so he's like, you don't want to be you want to be called Sippy Cup. So he determines that he's gonna go to this. The main kid gets invited to a cool kids party, a kissing party where they're gonna kiss for the first time. And he's like, can I invite my friends? And they're like, I don't know. And he's like, come on, man. He's like, you know what? You stand by your boys. I fucking respect that. That's cool. Yeah, they can come. And the rest of the movie is basically them trying to get to this party. It's kind of like Superbad. It's very similar to Superbad. It's produced by the same guys.
With like 12-year-olds.
But with like 12-year-olds, yeah. And so there's a point where they go to steal beer from the convenience store, and they get the cop. There's a cop there, and he keeps looking at them, and he's like, what are you doing? And they're like, no, we're not doing anything. Okay, fine, I believe you. And he's like, we're trying to steal we're trying to steal beer. And he's like, oh my god, okay. And they give it back to him. He's like, okay, I'm feeling generous today. I'm gonna look the other way. It's fine. And the third kid walks out, and he's got the beer can stuffed into his shorts, and it makes it look like he's got a giant wang. And the officer just looks at it, and the kid's like, yeah, man, that's all me. And he's like, pull it out of your pants, and he pulls it out, and he's like once again, he's like, you're lucky I'm feeling generous today. I'm gonna look the other way. And he turns out, he pulls out his phone, and he phones his girlfriend or wife or whatever, and he's like, yeah, I've decided I don't want to have kids. he's like, fuck off. I need y'all to fuck off and like fucking leave me alone. And he's like, I've decided I don't want to have kids. They wind up, the dad is, the main kid's dad is played by, MacGruber, obviously.
Yes.
You know the guy who plays MacGruber?
Yes.
Yeah, him. He's the dad. The kid. He has a drone, and he's like, if you crash this drone, you're in big trouble. Don't touch the drone. It's not a toy. And so, obviously, Jordan, it's a movie. They steal the drone and crash it.
Of course they do.
But they crash it while trying to spy on these girls. To watch them kiss, because they want to learn how to kiss. So the girls steal the drone, and in return the kids steal their purse and wind up with, they have Molly. that they're gonna take before they go to this concert, and and he's like, "We give us back the Molly," and they're like, "Who's Molly?" And he's like, "That's a sex drug. It's a sex drug." And they make a deal with the girls eventually. They give the Molly. That's what it was. Like, we have the drugs. They give the Molly to the cop I mentioned earlier. And so they get the kids to go buy more Molly from this guy that the girl is dating, only to get drugs. But he's kind of like a wishy-washy, like, nice guy finishes last kind of guy. And so they go to him to try to buy drugs from him. And he's like, "I'm not selling drugs to kids. Like, I'm not.
Even I have my limits."
Right. I'm like, even I have my limits. And yeah, it's just a very funny movie. I thoroughly enjoyed it. There's a bit where the the one kid, remember how I mentioned he's a really good singer? Well, the school play, his character arc is that the school play is they're doing Rock of Ages. And he decides that he's going to be a grown-up, basically. He doesn't want to go for the musical. He's going to change his whole personality. And so the movie ends with him singing for the two girls who come. They eventually do wind up at the kissing party. And it turns out that the girls who are blackmailing them to buy them the drugs or whatever that they crashed the drone into, turns out that one of them is the sister of the cool kid who they're at the party for. And the two of the friend group, they don't want to do the kissing. They just want to play video games or whatever. They still kind of want to be a kid. And the third kid wants to grow up. And the movie's kind of about, like, transitionary, like, your friendships, like, that you had when you were a kid. The one that, like, your mom made you be friends with them, or, like, you became friends with them because you lived close to them. Or, you know, we all had those friends.
The friend of convenience.
Yeah, exactly. And how when you go to high school, you grow out of those friends. And
You know, the
friends.
butters.
Yeah. Or I could think of a specific example in our case. I won't say his name, but anyway. But yeah, that you eventually grow out of those friends, and you get high school friends, and that's kind of what this is about. Like, they've always been together, and it's about them learning how to, like, be friends with other people. So the movie ends with the cool kid. One of the girls is his sister, and they show up, like, completely blitzed out on Molly. And like, well, you guys don't want to kiss? And it's like, yeah, that's cool. You know, you'll grow into it. It's something that you'll discover it when you discover it, and that's cute and cool, whatever. And they discover that the kid's a singer, like, sing for us. And he sings, what's the name of the song? I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. Yeah. And he's actually a good singer. Like legit, like not even me being facetious, like he's got it's kind of hard to describe, but he's got kind of a grit and a gravel to his singing voice that, like, a kid his age really shouldn't have. Like, and it's actually, like, impressively good. He's the kid who plays in the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie, the new one, the brand new one. He's Raphael.
Okay.
Yeah. And so he ends up there. Like,
I understand.
They're like, you need to go and convince the teacher to let you audition. And so it does a big montage as he's singing the song, and the teacher eventually lets him be Stacy Jacks. He plays Stacy Jacks in Rock of Ages. And, like, I'm watching it, I'm like, you know what? I know this is being played for laughs, but, like, he's kind of completely right for Stacy Jacks. Like, his voice is, like, kind of the correct vocal range for Stacy. He kind of would be a perfect Stacy Jacks. I totally understand why you would skip. But there's a really funny bit where they're doing the play, and there's a bit where he's, like, freaking out singing this song at Stacy Jacks on stage, knocking shit over, and he just does a bump of cocaine on stage. And it cuts to his parents, who are like, what the fuck? And it cuts back to the teacher who's just doing cocaine off stage. It's so fucking funny. I was like, this movie's really good. Like, I was really impressed by it. Like, it legit, it was like, oh yeah, no, this feels like actual kids this age. Like, it feels like it's so funny that the people who would relate to this can't watch this movie because it's R-rated. It's kind of really makes it really funny because, like, yeah, this took me back to being 11 years old. It took me back to being 12 years old, where I was like, we used to talk like this. We used to have conversations like this. We used to like. It is a really funny bit where they're all sitting around watching porn, and they're like, that didn't help us learn kissing either. It's really fun. It's really funny. Like I said, I can remember doing shit like that when I was 13 in grade 6. Yeah. Doing weird, gross, nasty shit like
during
that.
the years of exploration.
Yeah, absolutely, where you're like, some like there's a lot, I can't think. There's too many funny lines that some of these kids have where they say things that are like that like you kind of would be like, oh, this is kind of adult for a kid. But then you hang out with a 12-year-old and they're really smart. So it's like, no, like, oh, hang out with a 12-year-old sounds bad. Well, you spend time with a
when you spend time with the young person that is part of your family that you're forced to spend time with and you have no choice, and that's the only context in which that sentence is okay.
Right? Or you work a job and someone does bring your kid to work day.
Sure.
That's the one time I've spent any time with a kid who's 12. Is I had to work with a kid. I would take your kid to work day. But like they're kids are smart. Anyway, kids are smart. Like they say things that
they have the capacity to the kids. Kids say the darndest things.
Yeah, they have the sometimes they'll say disarmingly funny things where you're like, yeah, that's really astute for a kid your age. And that happens a lot in this where you're like, yeah. You want to be like, no, a kid would never say that. But you're like, no, a kid would say that. Like,
you would be surprised by what a kid would say.
Right. Like, it reminded me a lot of my favorite episodes of South Park, where it's like the stakes never really, the highest the stakes ever get is there's a bit where they're trying to run across the highway, and you're like, yeah, these are all things that a kid would believably do of this age. These are shenanigans that a kid who's 12 years old could believably get into, and that's what makes the movie funny. It makes me think, it reminded me a lot of those episodes of South Park where it's just the kids being kids, and like it reminded me of like the episode where they discover the kids are trying to decode the what is it called, Jordan? The fortune teller thing?
Oh. Isn't it just called a fortune teller?
Is it called just a fortune teller? I never knew how to fold them. But yeah, they're just figuring out that. That's one of my favorite episodes of South Park, where it's just, or like the Stick of Truth, where when you get down to it, that's just a game of capture the flag with bells and whistles.
Yeah.
Like it's easily, yeah. Anyway, very good, very funny week. Pleasantly surprised. This week was a week of like discovering movies that I didn't think were going to be very good, or that were going to be mediocre at best, and being pleasantly surprised by how legitimately and genuinely good they were. Like pleasantly surprised this week. Not a bad movie in the bunch, with the exception of Napoleon Dynamite. But is that a bad movie, or is it just a really aggressively depressing one? I'll let you decide.
It's a bad movie.
I'll let the audience decide then.
It's a bad movie. So this should be the wrap up of the week.
Yes, it will. I'm excited to wrap up on this show, because I fucking love this show.
I watched Julie and the Phantoms, which is based on a
Spanish
Brazilian television series called Julie e os Fantasmas.
To my knowledge, the basic premise and the name is about the only similarity between the two.
I don't know. All I know is that the original show got 26 episodes and we only got 9, and
Really?
we end on a terrible fucking cliffhanger.
Oh, it's brutal. Yeah, this show is pretty much that meme from Toy Story 2, where it's like, what's the next episode?
What's the next episode?
This got so... The number one thing about this, before we get into the meat and potatoes of it, is this show, and I've been saving this all week, this show got fucked by COVID. Like, it came out, like right as we were going into lockdown. I watched this in lockdown. Like, this was, like, peak COVID, and, like, this show should have been fucking huge. This had a huge fan base when this was out. Like, this was just, like, this was a rare time where I discovered this early. Like, I watched this, and then the internet was just discovering it. And then COVID kind of happened, and like there should have been tours. Like the big thing with this is like that you may not know. I'm sorry, I got really into this show for a while. Like I watched all the behind the scenes of this. Like they all legit play their instruments and sing. Like they're all legit playing their instruments. It's all real. You can go find excellent behind the scenes of them doing rehearsals, and it's like a concert. Like I'm pretty positive the end goal of this to tour. Like was to create a legit real band with these people. This thing was absurdly confident. It's a weirdly confident show.
I maintain that the brothers, the band, I keep calling them the brothers. I don't even think they are brothers.
No,
but the three band members, as I was watching this, I kept saying they felt like in some other version of this, they were played by the Jonas Brothers.
It's believable. It's made by Kenny Ortega, so it's believable.
I fully think that.
Yeah, it's believable. It's believable. Very believable.
I would die by that.
It,
But yeah, this one had 9 episodes, but the original show had 26.
Yeah, I'm curious as to, but from what I can recall, because I did look it up. I watched the first episode. I think that show is more of a sitcom than it is what this is. And I'm
this feels like this was supposed to be like a movie version of that.
Absolutely.
That got cut up into a show.
It absolutely feels like it's a movie. It has all the pacing and the cinematography of a movie. It feels like a movie.
Like there's moments in this where like at the end of the episode it just stops.
It kind of stops. Exactly. Yeah.
As if it was just cut in the middle of a scene that would otherwise have just connected.
It's also at 9 minutes, at 24 minutes an episode. It basically, that is a movie. That's like, I think that's roughly a 2-hour movie. Pretty sure.
Like, yeah, I absolutely feel like I could cut the credits and the opening songs out of this and probably just stitch it into being a movie.
Generally say, I know that it jumps a bit.
It says the running time is 24 to 38 minutes. That feels too long.
No, that makes sense. That's about that sounds right. So that's just.
I don't remember there being an episode which was 38 minutes.
So yeah, that's about a 2.5-hour movie. They're all roughly about 25, 24ish minutes with credits and the opening. Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right.
I know that side of it I'm not disputing. I'm saying the 38 minutes portion of it is where I'm like, I don't remember.
Episode that's 38 minutes. No, that's wrong.
It's saying the running time is between 24 to 38 minutes.
Oh,
I'm
that's
saying
wrong.
24 is absolutely correct.
Yes.
Anything more than that doesn't seem accurate.
No, that is not accurate. That is unbelievably. Is that the AI overview telling you that?
No, that's on Wikipedia.
Oh, really? Wikipedia's wrong then, because that's none of the episodes hit 38 minutes. Not
one of them. Unless it's talking about the original show.
But... Oh, perhaps, maybe. But that's why I like this show, because it's nice and short and it's easy to get through.
Yeah, it was fairly easy to power through. I think the acting is good, and I really do enjoy it. My biggest thing is that the band just really feels like it really feels like they wanted to be the Jonas Brothers.
I think they're a little too hard rock for the Jonas Brothers, honestly.
I'm not talking about their music. I'm talking about the way they portray the characters.
Just the aesthetic. No, fair enough. But musically,
not even just the aesthetic, but like the way they act and the way they portray each of the characters.
I would say mostly the aesthetic.
I can specifically see which brother would be which.
I mean, obviously the drummer is Kevin. The bassist is
the bass is the youngest.
But the bass isn't. He's not nearly Eric. He's too easygoing to be Nick.
No, he's the youngest.
Yeah, but he's Nick. He's too easygoing to be Nick.
I don't know. I think he is exactly the same kind of character as he is in Camp Rock.
Absolutely not. No, well, no, but to be fair, he's barely a character in Camp Rock, but he's more of a character in Camp Rock.
I'm sorry, would you prefer if I said Camp Rock 2?
Yeah, no, I would say no.
He's the same kind of character. He's that silent kind of like he's the side character.
I will give you that
And the main one is obviously Joe.
I was gonna say I will give you the main one being Joe. I will give you that. Yes, he is very Joe, but no, I don't think the other. And I will say the gay one is definitely he's very Kevin coded, but no,
he's Kevin coded.
The third guy is not Nick coded at all.
I disagree.
You're not enough of a fan to say to you're not enough of a fan of the Jonas Brothers then, because he's got way too much.
All I know is that he comes across very much like he does in Camp Rock 2.
Yeah, no, I disagree, but anyway.
And even if this version of the character that's being portrayed on screen isn't exactly like him, I'm saying that I can see a world where, okay, the portrayal that the Jonas brother that Nick does is a little bit different, but he still fits in within the bounds of what that character is, which is the bass player.
But he's not a bass player. He's lead guitar.
No, he's not.
Nick Jonas.
Lucas is main guitar.
Nick Jonas is lead guitar. So
no, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
That's Joe Jonas.
No, Joe Jonas doesn't play guitar.
Which one is the one that Demi Lovato dates in the movie?
That's Joe Jonas, but Joe Jonas doesn't play guitar.
Yeah, But he's the main person. He's the leader of the band.
I don't agree, but if we're talking instruments, I'm just saying that Nick Jonas doesn't play the bass.
Well, we're not. It doesn't really matter.
Um,
The point being that I'm saying I see a world where they fit those roles.
Honestly, in the dynamic, he's really, in terms of the actual band itself, he would be the guy who stole their music. But also, to be fair, the main guy is kind of a combination of Joe and Nick, because Nick writes the music. So, like, in the sense that he writes the music, he's actually kind of more, and also kind of the ego, because Nick is ego-driven. That's his whole thing. Look, I'm a fan of the Jonas Brothers, okay? I'm willing to admit it. That's how I can dispute this so easily. But anyway, it's not the point. The thing that got me into this show was I saw the song that the bad guy sings, which I maintain is also he's in the Descendants, isn't he? Isn't he Hades?
I don't know. Hades wasn't in my movie.
Oh, he's in Descendants. The guy who's the bad guy in this, he's in Descendants.
I mean, I can believe that. He's probably in the second or third or fourth one, because he wasn't in the first one.
I think he's in the second one, maybe.
But what's the character that he plays?
Hades?
Alex Mercer?
Oh, you mean in the Descendants?
No, in this, so I can look him up to see who he is.
Caleb, the bad guy. Caleb.
Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, the very first thing I ever discovered from the show was the song he sings. I saw it on TikTok, and I was like, what is this?
Caleb with a C?
With a C, yeah. I quite like him. He's quite good in this. He is appropriately smart and evil.
I'm guessing. Yes. Cheyenne Jackson.
Poor man with a woman's name.
Where's the filmography? There we are. Love is Strange, Dracula, Borderlands, Queen of the Dead. Or maybe that would show up under TV.
It would probably be under TV, yeah.
Glee. He was in Glee.
Was he?
He was Dustin Goolsby for 3 episodes.
Huh. All right, then.
When did Descendants come out?
2011?
Oh, there it is. He's in Descendants 3.
And he's Hades, right?
He's Hades.
Yeah.
In Descendants 3.
Yeah. But yeah, his song, The Other Side of Hollywood, that was the first thing I ever heard from this show. And I was like, ooh.
Which Descendants came first.
Which I was like, ooh, yes, he was known for that. That was the thing he was, whenever this would pop up, people would be like, oh, he's Hades from Descendants. That was the thing he was known for.
Yeah. Which actually kind of fits into this, too.
Yeah, he's very Hades-coded in this, isn't he?
Yeah. So I could believe that it's the same thing. And he's a ghost, he's a weird ghost who has the ability to make other ghosts able to be seen.
Yep.
He's just Hades.
That's my I've got so much now, it's headcanon.
And that fits into the he feels like the devil thing, and he can like trap them there. He's Hades, Justin.
See,
oh my god, he's Hades.
I don't think he's the devil. I think that he could do the one trick. And that's why he only has enough power.
He literally shook their hand, put a tattoo on, like a
marker
on them.
I think that's
which like drains their abilities. No, but I'm saying that's very devil code.
Oh, I don't disagree, but I think that's again headcanon, and this is what's
so no, my headcanon now is he's Hades.
My headcanon is though that my theory is that part of why he needs them is he can only, because whenever every song he sings is just a reprise of the one song, like every single time it's always just a reprise of Dark Side of Hollywood. So my theory is that he only has enough power or magic to play the one song. He only has enough power or magic to bring the people back to life, and that's it. Whereas their power and magic is more connected and it's more powerful. That's why he wants them. That's why he so desperately needs them, is because
he wants to control them anyway.
Yeah, he wants to control them. I think that's where it would have got. My theory is also that it would have turned out that he, in some capacity, influenced. We talked about this yesterday. You said the same thing, and I agree. I think he influenced the guy to steal their music.
I think so.
Because to be fair, he's not enough of a character.
I would go bold and so far as to say, especially because we saw near the end of the season, we saw that possession was possible. I think either he or someone that worked for him has been possessing their old bandmate, and using him to steal the songs and do that and do all that. And that's why he has this hippie identity order where he's doing the meditating stuff and the yin yang,
Well, yeah,
because
that's
like
it. Yeah, he's
I
high
think they
strung.
were I think they were going to go the route of like his body is being like been possessed and he's been like crashing out
I
basically.
liked your I like your theory you had yesterday better, where he's his manager and
I also believe
I
that.
like that one way because that is believable because he's a high the thing is this again I said this earlier but this show was so absurdly confident it was going to get a second season. It's
Poor
frustratingly
producer.
it was frustratingly confident that it was going to get a second season.
Yeah.
So it sets up
Yeah.
so many plot threads and storylines that just go fucking nowhere, like
Yeah.
nowhere. He is a high strung character who seems like he's on edge and he's nervous all the time. That's why he's like, I need to meditate. I need to talk to my. He immediately
Especially
like,
after he started getting haunted.
well no, but the thing is he has his therapist on speed dial and he's already meditating, right? So he's already high strung.
Yeah, no.
So he's already on edge. So I think he knows he stole from them and he feels guilty about it. And I think he was convinced to do it because the character he is at the beginning of that show does not seem like the type to steal from them. Like to be fair, maybe he's 17 and he's young and the show
He
didn't get
feels
shit.
like the type of character who a manager or a producer would go to him and be like, "Hey man, you have all these songs. It's a great way to keep their legacy.
Absolutely.
It's a great way
Yeah.
to keep them alive even though they're gone." And he's like talked into
They
it
for sure
reluctantly.
for sure there was going to be an explanation given for why he stole their music.
I
There
guarantee.
there were
There
gonna,
was because it would have all led up to their unfinished business is like he stole their music or he like there's this connective where like, his guilt is keeping them there or
that's
something like
fascinating.
that.
You think it was going to end with I'm positive it was going to end with him coming back to life.
Oh no.
Absolutely.
To me, I mean, I can see a world where that is the case, but no.
There's no way it wasn't.
I guess I should say in my vision of it, of what I would have liked it to be, um, is what is keeping them connected to Earth is the bandmate that stole all their music. His guilt. His guilt is keeping them there.
I think that's a red herring. I don't think that they're gonna. I like. There's too much. They spend too much time setting up Julie and fuck me. You got me wanting to call him Nick. I know that's not his name. The lead guy.
Leonard, I think it is, or
Not
Leo.
Leonard.
Leroy,
Not Leo.
hold on. I can tell you. Luke.
Luke. Thank you. Oh, Leo's close. There's too much setup to Luke and her getting together.
Yeah, but they've also done just as much, and this is why I think that's the red herring. They've done just as much setup of the best friend being like, yeah, I know he's great, but he's dead.
Yeah, I think
Like-
I think they were gonna come back to life. There's no way they were.
I
not gonna
don't
come
think
back.
so.
They weren't gonna do a sappy. They leave and go to heaven at the end. It was gonna.
Right.
They were
Right,
gonna,
I agree to disagree.
they were gonna see the mom. The mom was gonna come back, and they were gonna do like a Casper thing where they get brought back to life. Because otherwise, so much of that show is tonally weird when you remember the fact that there's so much emotional emphasis on them dying, but they died by eating a grody hot dog. Like the song "Unsaid Emily" is probably the best song in that show.
Mm.
I don't. What's a better song?
Oh, I don't know. To me, they're all very standard, like Disney Channel original songs. So
Like to me, it's the but that one hits to the emotional themes and core of the
it
show.
does, but I don't necessarily think that it's just the music that does that. I think the visuals help that along.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that song so many times and it gets me a lot. But regardless, that emotional moment is severely undercut by the fact that he died eating a grody hot dog. You're like, oh, she's sad and she's crying, like he had this tragic death, which he did. But that tragic death in the first episode is played for laughs and is them eating a grody hot dog. So like that, yeah, it just doesn't feel like the kind of show that. It feels like the kind of show that would be that corny to bring them back to life at the end.
For me, it depends on my response to that is it depends on if this is a show that was picked up by Disney. Yes, I agree with you. They come back to life. Hands down. No question. Zero doubt. If this is a show that's like on some other channel or on something else.
It's still on Netflix. It remains
or whatever.
on Netflix.
No, but I'm saying where it is for me changes where I think it would go.
Oh, gotcha.
So like presuming that we got a second season to this, right?
Yeah.
If this was on Disney, absolutely, you're right. By the end of this show, the band is coming back to life, and they're gonna be like going on with Julie, and they're gonna go and be famous. Absolutely, that's where I see that going. But if this is like, if we're talking on Netflix, where we have like other, like, it's not always gonna go the sparkly happy route.
Yeah, but the
So
show
like,
implies
I could
super
also
hard.
see it being a thing where like the point is like she has to learn how to move on, and like
Yeah.
her and her friend, and like maybe the boy, the live boy, like her, they start a band or something. Like I could
No,
see it going that
they
route
spend
too.
too much time in this season being like, I mean, maybe they'd make a swerve in the next season and be like, no, actually, she really is gonna wind up with the blonde kid. But I just don't. That this did not have the vibe that it was. Because like, but to be fair, there's lots of
It
people who
doesn't
are
give me the vibe
this
of like
this
her
like,
and them
lots of
can
people,
go on forever.
lots of
Like
people.
for me, like if anything, I see it like the two bandmates kind of move on, and the one who was in love with the surfer dude, like they defeat the evil bad guy there, set the place free, and like they're running that club.
Maybe that may, but yeah, no, it well, to be fair, there's some people who interpreted that it was them coming back to life when they get rid of the mark or whatever at the end there. That's not what I think. I think they're just more powerful ghosts now. I don't think that they're alive.
Yeah,
But
I don't think they come back to life.
I definitely think there's gonna be
I
a
could
thing
see how you
about
could come to that conclusion, but I don't think that, because
there's
then at that point, if you're going into a season two and they're not dead anymore, then it's not really Julie and the
they
Phantoms
were
anymore, is it?
they were very much no, but they were very much building to Luke and her were gonna do a big kiss. Like they were. That's where they were leading. All this there's all this tension, romantic tension, the whole
Yeah,
season.
definitely. I
That's
definitely think for
where I was
part of it,
going.
they would have kept going down that route, and I think it definitely would have been a thing where her friend keeps going like, "Dude, this is
No.
weird. They're dead."
Yeah, I don't think so.
Like they already were setting that up.
There was entirely too much emphasis on her connection to them and the magic. It had the vibe of the show where their death was not going to be
Well,
permanent.
that's where I say it depends for me. Like if we're talking this is like a
I'm
Disney themed
talking the way it
movie,
is.
then if we're talking this is a Disney themed movie, then yes, I see that being where the final destination is. But I don't necessarily see this as that.
No, but I'm talking about
So
the.
I don't see this in what they gave us. No,
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
see
I
this
mean,
as a they ultimately end up alive and together.
they were hinting at it
I
the
see it
whole
could go
time.
that route, but that easily also could be the red herring, and the red
That's
herring could be ultimately
yeah.
they died and they have to move on.
This show has not once been that about that thematically, like at all.
I
So
disagree.
it's never been about moving on, or it's
I
never been about
disagree.
accepting loss.
I disagree.
It's about connectivity and connection and how music connects us. And yes,
I disagree. The entire point of the bad guy is he's trying to hold control and keep people there against their will, and they want to move on. So no, the entire back hack of the back ladder
whatever.
of
They
this
only want to move on because they
season.
have to, not because they want
No,
to.
I'm not talking the boys. I'm talking all the other people out
No,
there.
but
They're all trapped there.
Yeah, but they're not.
They
trapped
don't
there.
want to be there.
It does not indicate that they don't want to be there.
The surfer dude literally says
Oh, the
that they're all
surfer dude
trapped
doesn't
there.
want to be there, but
The surfer dude says that all the people in that club are stuck there because the villain of the show is keeping them trapped there.
That's his perspective of it. But we don't know for sure that they're all
No,
trapped.
but you're
there.
saying that the show never gives an indication that they like.
No,
that,
for the boys. For the boys,
that is
it doesn't.
the indication.
The boys, it doesn't. The boys very much implies that that he's gonna come. They're gonna come back to life.
Sure, but my
And then-
point is that the show has set up that they do have to move on.
Not with the boys. That hasn't. The boys has very much been.
Yes, it has,
The
Justin.
boys very much has been.
Again, we could argue about this all day. We're gonna disagree to disagree.
The boys very much. Again, at least the way it's implied.
We're gonna agree to disagree.
Is that their connection to Julie is magical, and her power involving them is magic, and that Caleb's power is magic. It's implied that he has some sort of magical based abilities. So no, absolutely, they wouldn't have spent so much time just as a show. They wouldn't have spent so much time setting them up as a romantic outcome or final couple. It's not the kind of show to end in tragedy. It's not like her having to accept them
Well,
leaving.
it's not tragedy.
It would be for
Tragedy
her.
is obsessing over something that can't be.
That's what I'm saying.
That's tragedy.
It would have
Currently,
ended.
what she's doing is tragedy.
It would have ended. I guarantee you, it would have ended with They do a big musical number. You think they're gonna go. It would have ended a similar way to this, where you think they're gonna go, and the mom appears and like, oh, you don't have to go, and then he comes back to life, and they go, oh, how is this possible? I don't know how this is possible, and then they do a big.
Again, if this was a Disney-owned property, I would agree with you, but no, I don't think that. I don't think that. No, I don't think that's where they would have gone. I think that's where they would. You would expect them to go, and that's exactly why they wouldn't.
I hate to say it. I think you're giving this show too much credit.
I don't think you're giving it enough.
I'm giving it the exact right amount.
Unfortunately, we only got 9 episodes, so we'll never know what they would have done.
We'll never know. We'll never know what they would have done.
Which is a shame.
What we will never see is a creepy ghost man putting himself inside a boy.
No, we did see that. We will never see the fallout.
That's true. We'll never see him finishing a boy.
Okay, no, see, you took it too far.
Really? The first part wasn't too far?
I mean, it was, but I expertly skirted it, and then you just doubled down on it. Now, anyways, that's Julie and the Phantoms. It was fine.
I was
It was a shame that there was only one season.
It's really a shame it got canceled.
Didn't even need a second season, quite honestly. You just needed like 3 more episodes. 12. You could have gotten it done in 12.
Absolutely, you could have done it in 12. Yes, absolutely. This show could have ended and had it, but it's really cannot stress enough how confident it thought it was going to get a second season. Not even just a bullshit cliffhanger ending. Like, yes, it has a bullshit cliffhanger ending that is just. Again, there's no such thing as a good cliffhanger ending. They're all bad. I've had comments argue with me on this, and you're all wrong. There's no such thing as a good cliffhanger ending. They're all bad. They're all bad. There's no such thing.
I will die on this hill.
I will die on this hill. We will die together, Jordan, because there's no such thing as a good one. Because you don't know. You ended on a cliffhanger, and then your show doesn't come back because of COVID. You don't know. I'd much rather have a short show that has a satisfying ending that wraps up conclusively, that maybe leaves a few dangling plot threads. Like,
yeah, well, there's a way to keep the show, like, to keep people hanging without, like, literally not finishing your season.
No, like they didn't show them beat Caleb. There's the climax between them and Caleb just kind of cuts off. It doesn't
like the best way that they could have ended it was with the hug. You end with the hug. It ends on a happy note. You're questioning what's going on. You're seeing, oh, there's more chance for an adventure of them to keep going forward.
Ending. That would have been a fine ending.
But like also it could end there, and that would be satisfying. The reason why this ends up with like on a poor note is because you have Caleb possessing the boy.
But to me, it's not just that you have Caleb possessing the boy. Yes, I don't disagree with you. To me, it's that they don't beat Caleb. Like he shows up to possess the boy as though he's licking his wounds and is like, this time I'll win. But we never saw him lose. Like, they were mid-battle with him. It feels like this episode has 10... It's funny that you say 38 minutes, because this episode feels like it has 10 minutes cut out of it. It feels like it cuts out the bit where they beat him. They don't beat him. They like, their conflict with him is
or deny him or whatever.
Or deny him, or, like, escape the whatever, or, like, escape from the club. Like,
just like, they were doing a song, and, like, they were doing it against their will, and, like, he was full winning or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they just appear on stage with Julie.
Like, I've read fan theories that, like, some people say that the reason why Luke takes so long to appear is because he's the one who resisted appearing on stage longest, so his ghost magic is the weakest. That's why the other two could appear. But, like, we never see them resolve what happens at the club. Because they probably were going to do that in season 2.
In the next season, yeah.
And yeah, there's just so many plot lines and storylines and character arcs. Like, we never find out what happened with the mom. We don't know why she died. We don't know what her connection to the band is.
Well, we know what her connection to the band was, but not the depth of it.
Not the depth of it. Was there more to it?
We know, like, it's very clearly evident that in the first episode, they give the T-shirt to the waitress or whatever.
Who's the mom, yeah.
It was very clearly the mom, and we were probably going to find out that, like, there was more there.
The show doesn't want you to know that it's the mom, but it's very fucking obvious.
It's very definitely the mom.
Yeah, exactly. It's very obviously the mom. And yeah, they don't pay that off, like, at all. Like, I can't imagine, like, their connection to being pulled to Julie is simply because they gave a CD and a T-shirt to the mom randomly at a concert one time. There has to be more to it
before they died. No,
right?
It's probably like, well, I mean, I can see how it would play out. I can see the skeleton of it where, okay, so the 3 bandmates die, the one is alive. The one is alive and has met the mother, and he was the one that was flirting with the mother.
Yeah, so clearly he's got... Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, she does say that, like, she was friends. They were childhood friends. Like she went over to his
Yeah.
house when she was a kid. So
She
yeah,
knew his
yeah,
mom.
I know.
She
Oh
knew
my God,
because
you're totally right. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, right. Duh. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, you're right.
the mom got closer, probably
Yeah.
emotionally so, with the band member that was still alive. That's the connective thread
Yeah,
that they
that is
probably
totally.
would have delved into.
They would have. Yeah, it's all going back. It's all going back to that band member that they. Yeah. This show is like a good show that is held back from being a great show by the fact that it got canceled because of COVID.
Yeah, absolutely.
COVID just fucked this show. Just fucked it so
Fucked a
bad.
lot of shows.
Yeah. Oh, fucked a lot of things. But yeah, I will forever. It's one of the things that will make me forever resent COVID is just how badly it fucked this show. Anyway. That's it. That's Julian the Phantom. Jordan, that's it.
That's it. So I guess it's time.
It is time, but before we jump into time, let's do all of the, or do we want to drink the shit and try to get through the end of the show after having drunken the shit?
It's your call, man.
Okay, well no, we'll do what next week is first, and then we'll do the tags after having drank the shit. We'll do that next week. Obviously, Jordan, we went to high school. So what comes after high school, Jordan?
A job? No, I'm joking. Secondary education?
University and college, Jordan. So that's where we're going next week. We're going to college.
That's what I say. Is what they say.
Movies involving television shows, what have you, that involve college. That happens next week. Now, we decided no last dab, right? Just the shit on its own.
We didn't decide anything. I said that you were going to make a decision in the moment and not tell me, so we got my natural reaction.
Yeah,
don't tell me what your decision is, and do what you got to do.
I think we'll just to prevent things.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Just do what you got to do. So he's going to go and do that, and I'm sitting here talking to you people. Next week is going to be college and university. Maybe I'll do 22 Jump Street.
Grossness is good now.
I don't know. I'm undecided. I'm really not looking forward to this. I need you people to know that. It sounds gross. But yeah, we're actually at, when I looked earlier, we're at 5:05. So that's cool. Got to get those watch hours up though, because then we can join the YouTube partnership program and all that, which would be dope. Oh, here he comes.
I decided no hot sauce because do you really want to pour hot sauce into this on your bed?
No, that's why I say you would have done it over there first. So I have Mission Loop Antioxidant C Plus Recover Turmeric Camu Black Pepper Curcuma Camu Polve Noir.
Oh, I'm back.
It's a wellness shot.
I don't want it, Jordan. There's so much of it, and it looks disgusting.
Carrot juice, lemon juice, and/or lime juice.
Oh yeah, I've got
Lemongrass infusion, turmeric juice, vitamin C, camu black pepper.
I've got Well Detox, and that's it's got.
Not recommended for those under 14. Do not drink as the same day as any other supplemented foods or supplements.
Okay.
Do not drink more than one serving per day.
So okay, this is a Well Detox, and it has apple, pineapple.
I don't know if mine actually has any ginger in it.
Apple, pineapple, apple cider vinegar, ginger, cinnamon, and cayenne pepper. Oh, there's no way this isn't gonna be gross. Oh, Jordan. Oh God, that smells disgusting. Oh my God.
Mine.
Oh dear Lord in heaven, that's disgusting.
Mine sort of smells like the disgusting lemon. Cough drops.
Hold on. I'm looking, Jordan. At the bottom of it, there's like a solid.
Oh, there's a sediment.
There's a sediment at the bottom, so I just gotta shake that.
I gotta shake this.
There's like
Hold on, I gotta close
solid.
this.
I don't even know what that is. It's a
For me, it's probably all the cumin and all that.
Yeah, it's probably the whatever hot sauce is, and it's all accumulated at the bottom. Okay.
I really don't want to do this. Why are we doing this?
Oh my god, it smells terrible. Oh.
505. 505.
Oh my god, it's seriously.
Okay.
It smells like Tabasco.
It's now a completely different color than it was a minute ago.
Yeah, not same. It's now dark.
It's now like a dark orange.
So okay, so here's the deal. I'm gonna drink this, and y'all are gonna get us up to 2,000 to 3,000 fucking watch hours,
It somehow smells worse.
and I'm gonna. It's making my stomach go. Ugh.
Oh, I don't want to do this.
It smells so bad. Like I cannot stress you bad. Okay. Okay, John, we're stalling. We're stalling. We're stalling.
Yes, because it smells so
It
bad.
smells horrible. I don't know
So,
that I want to drink
okay.
all of this. Hold on, I need to have something that tastes good. Just,
Yeah, I
just
already prepped mine.
Just ready to go. Just ready to go. Cover
It's
that.
out my mouth.
Cover that label. Cover that label. Okay, here we go. This shit's supposed to be healthy for you. Okay, Jordan, countdown. You want countdown?
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Oh. Oh god. Oh my god.
Ew. Ooh,
Oh, that's disgusting.
it's tart.
Oh my
It's
god.
not tart, but
It's, Jordan, it's spicy. It's spicy. It's okay. Oh my god, it's disgusting. Oh, that's making my tummy feel weird. Oh, what?
I've drank enough of it. I feel like
I'm-
I've done my part.
I'm feeling all kinds of okay. Oh my goodness.
Bitter, I think is the word I would use.
Oh my god, that was horrible. That was horrible.
Not good.
That was everything I thought it would be and more.
Healthy. Tasted healthy.
Okay. Jordan, people find you. Where can they?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not drinking
Um,
anything I like that tastes good till I get through this. Please
I
be quick.
did. Zekgor 187 Twitch. Minecraft Monday. This.
I do this. I'm on TikTok. Justin Spurr. I'm on Spur at the moment. TikTok. Email the show. Justin's business. Patreon. The links. All the links in the description. Click at least all of them at least once. And the boxes. If you want to see last week's show, you click the box on the left, and that was What did we do last week? Magic. It was our magic episode. We got
Do you
magic.
believe in magic?
Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? That's on the left. And then the right is a random YouTube video. Hit subscribe to dig us. Do this. I'm definitely going to do this again because it was the much more pleasant version of this. But if you get us up to the watch time, I will eat a habanero pepper. So hit like for that. Hit subscribe. Watch some of the old shit. Leave a comment. Do all the things.
Oh,
This was not worth it.
unpleasant.
This is. I can feel it in my chest. I need it. It's time to go. It's time to go, everybody.
Unpleasant.